is only a number for Pat Vellner, and right now it is number 1. The two-time Rogue Invitational champ leads the way with 3 events remaining, and Laura Horvath is starting to pull away from the field. Will Sunday be a competition or a coronation? We are down to the final day here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational, live from inside the P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. I'm Sean Woodland with former affiliate cup champion Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon has us covered down on the competition floor. It's all about the CrossFit athletes here on Sunday in Scotland. 3 events, and they have all been announced, and then after we have those 3 events, we will have our champions of the Rogue Invitational for both the men and the women's side. And look, so far things have gone pretty much as expected, but that has not made it any less exciting.
No, not at all. It's been a clash of champions on one side. We've got Laura Horvath in the lead. Will she pull away is the question on the other. And then, of course, we've got 300 points left available. There's a lot that still could happen.
Let's check out the schedule for today. As I mentioned, we have 3 events. We're going to start with Granite City. That's going to be a longer event. It's going to be pretty cool. The athletes will be running through the interior here of the P&J Live. We're going to go to double bogey after that. And then Pedicab is going to close us out. So a lot up for grabs. 300 points still on the board here for both the men and the women. The overall standings for the men coming in: Pat Vellner has a 20-point lead on Jeff Adler. 45 points separate Vellner in first from Jay Crouch down there in 6th place. You got Vellner, a 2-time champion; Jeff Adler, a Rogue Invitational champion, fittest man on earth; Jason Hopper, fittest man on earth; Justin Medeiros, 2-time fittest man on earth, 2-time Rogue Invitational champion; and James Sprague, of course, the 2024 CrossFit Games champion. But Pat Vellner has been impressive. He has been the picture of consistency. He is the only man in the field who has not finished outside the top 8 in a single event.
That's right, and that's what we've got to consider for Pat. We wonder, will he Vellner one of these workouts? And the way that we say that and approach that is there something outside of the top 10 that's looming for this guy, especially when we know what's coming with Granite City, a little outside of the scope of where he finished top 10 in the past, only 1 time in the longer domain workouts.
As I mentioned, there's a whole bunch of talented athletes who are trying to chase down Pat Vellner. I mean, you look at the guys that are right behind him in the overall standings, and these are not the men you want to see in your rear view mirror. I mean, all of them champions, either here at the Rogue Invitational, at the games, or both. Jeff Adler, of course, has been climbing up the overall leaderboard. He's looking to defend his title here at the Rogue Invitational. And Jason Hopper is looking to follow in the footsteps of men like Justin Medeiros and Matt Fraser, who won the games and the Rogue Invitational in the same year. Meanwhile, on the women's side, Laura Horvath, as expected, is leading and is starting to put some distance between herself and the rest of the field. Alex Gazan is the closest athlete to her, but she is 40 points back. Danny Spiegel is currently clinging to 3rd place. Olivia Kerstetter is 5 points back of her, and Ariel Lowen is sitting in 5th with 405 total points. But how about Alex Gazan? First time we've seen her in competition since that car accident that threatened her career, and here she is in contention for the win.
Yeah, you want to talk about battling back through adversity. Alex Gazan is being a great example of exactly that through the course of this weekend. She came with one intention, Sean, and that's to compete for a title, and she's in a position that will give her the opportunity to do that. We will see how she handles the running today, and then, of course, the 200 points that are available to follow that. There's still a lot left at stake for Miss Gazan.
She has done extremely well here so far. Starting day 3, as I mentioned, she's currently in 2nd place with 485 points. She does have an event win, and she has also been inside the top 10 in every single event. Meanwhile, I mentioned Ariel Lowen. She has been moving up the leaderboard. She dropped after the last event, but still in the top 5. What does she need to do to get herself onto the podium?
What she needs to do is take the opportunities as they present themselves today. This is a woman who's got the experience. She's got the freedom and mindset. Sean, she loves to compete. She's a competitor, but she shows up literally comfortable and settled with doing her best. There's a freedom in that. She's gonna run this morning. She's gonna do some traditional CrossFit in the middle of the day. And then, of course, she's got to flex her work capacity with those sandbags to come and that bike effort that we're gonna have to finish.
We're going to kick things off with women's event 7, Granite City, here in about 5 minutes. And then the men will take over 3 total events today, and then we will crown champions after Pedicab at 3 p.m. local time. So stay with us, everybody. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, action continues here on the final day of competition at the 2025 Rogue Invitational.
The 2025 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. historic, embrace the suck, and tear always in front.
Three events remain here as we kick off the final day of competition at P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland for the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon is down there patrolling the competition floor. We'll hear from her in just a little bit. Event 7 is going to be one of the longer events of this competition. It's Granite City, presented by Mod Tub.
Yeah, I hope they brought their running shoes, Sean. A lot of athletes been waiting all weekend to put them on, and they are going to travel a good distance. They're going to run 1,300 meters, 3 rope climbs up and down to the top of the rig, 50-foot feed sack lunge. They're going to put it across their back, lunge 25 out and 25 back. It'll be 3 rounds of this, and they're going to sandwich this thing with another 1,300-meter run to finish with a 35-minute time cap.
What are the keys to this event?
The keys here are going to be for them to focus on the running. Runners run, Sean, and this is an opportunity for them. A lot of them have been chomping at the bit. Historically, we've started the Rogue Invitational with a long run, and now they finally get their chance. And clamp and fall is in relation to the rope. The time that they spend there doing those 3 ascends and descends is going to matter. They've got to be fast on the way up and down.
The run course is going to be inside P&J Live, and it's going to consist of 2 laps. This is a bird's eye view of the facility here. They're going to go at the start, out. They're actually going to go through Vendor Village. That should be cool. They come back, and that's going to be a 650-meter loop. They'll run that twice for that 1,300-meter run. And in case you're wondering, they thought about doing this outside, but Aberdeen is on the same latitude as Juneau, Alaska. So it's a little chilly outside. It's also a little slick.
Yep. And it's one of those things where it could be nice one moment within a 10-minute window and then completely be different for the next heat or the next couple heats.
Your lane assignments for this opening heat. And we're underway. We start with a 1,300-meter run.
And Sean, I'll tell you what, to kick this thing off, man, we've got some runners in this heat. We know that Haley Adams loves a good running event with some tremendous finishes there in that past here at the Rogue Invitational for her. They're leading the pack with Abby Domit, Gracie Walton.
Haley Adams has not had the competition I think she wanted. She comes in 20th place overall. Her best finish was 13th in event 2. So she wants to start moving up the leaderboard. This is an event where she has to score some points as Abby Domit moves ahead of Haley Adams and Grace Walton. settling in behind Haley.
And each one of these runs these athletes are going on, Sean, is going to be 1,300 meters in total, but they'll do each lap twice, so approximately 650 meters each time that they take a lap.
Headed to Vendor Village.
The athletes did get a chance to take this walk and, of course, get familiar with the course, so certainly something that they got to experience and knew exactly where they'd be running. You know, from an experience perspective, when you're an athlete competing in unfamiliar territory, it's really important to understand the course in itself. Where do you have an opportunity to make a move? Where is it going to be too late? Where perhaps is it too soon to sell your soul to the stimulus of the run? A lot of these athletes, I'm sure, made those key choices before the event got rolling.
This is the first of 2 laps. Athletes making the return trip to the competition floor. We'll wait for them to come around that corner. There's obviously a little bit of a blind spot here for us. We had to make some last-second changes to go from outside to inside, and when that happens, a whole bunch of equipment needs to be moved. And Haley Adams is in front of Grace Walton as they head back to the competition floor here to complete lap number 1. After they complete this second lap, it'll be the 3 rope climbs and then the 50-foot lunge with that 100-pound bag.
Approximately 2:40 for that first lap. We'll see how this compares into their second lap, of course. One of the big aspects that the runners want to make sure that they understand, if they don't see a potential limitation with this feedback across their body for the lunge, there's not going to be a tremendous amount of opportunity for people to make big moves outside of this run. So if you feel as though you're a strong runner, this is certainly where you want to make haste. This is really where you want to lean into your strength right now by creating separation, and it looks like Gracie Walton and Haley Adams are both leaning forward into that.
Each lap is going to count as 1 rep on the scoring ribbon on the left side of your screen. There's 24 total reps in this event. We'll explain the scoring as we go through it. Haley Adams and Grace Walton starting to separate from the pack. Emily Rolfe sits in 3rd place. Abby Doman, Maddie Surt, Alexis Raptis, Elisa Fuliano, Paige Semenza, and Paige Rogers. And remember, they will return to their lanes, so this order could be skewed a bit.
We always see a bit of gamesmanship, Sean, when it comes to these longer events where athletes start to filter into packs, and it's a bit of a natural byproduct of course, where their fitness lies with the running. But Gracie Walton doing a great job being a shadow to Haley Adams, letting her dictate the pace, but not letting her get too far away. We'll see exactly if she can hold this pace that Haley's established, but it often sets up really well for those that can lie back just a little bit, conserve a touch of energy, and put them in a place where they can have contention towards the end. Emily Rolfe doing a similar thing.
Let's go, Haley. Let's go, Grace. Nice, Emily.
Second and final lap on this opening 1,300-meter run. Trail along with Paige Rogers. He's in 11th place overall. Started the competition with a 2nd place finish. And still Haley Adams followed by Grace Walton and Emily Rolfe.
And when Emily Rolfe is in this field, Sean, at the Rogue Invitational, it is rare to see her outside of the top 3 athletes in anything that goes over 30 minutes. So we've got to keep an eye out for her and the pace that she's establishing here. Settling in, getting her breathing and cadence under control because she knows she's going to go back out for that run 3 more times.
Emily Rolfe is going to be the first woman to the rope, followed by Walton and Adams. So 3 rope climbs here. These will count as 1 rep each on the scoreboard. And then the 50-foot lunge will be 2 total reps.
Standard here is athletes simply just have to make contact with the metal at the top. So they're looking to just make contact with the rig in any form. We talk about this being a really high emphasis point in our keys is the clamp and the descend. We want to clamp, minimize the effort needed on the way down by almost fully releasing the hands as the legs start to slide down. It's one of the most effective means of getting up and down that rope.
Emily Rolfe is now done with her opening 3 rope climbs, and she'll be the first of the 100-pound, 45-kilo bag, along with Alexis Raptis. Grace Walton, Elisa Fuliano, and Maddie Sturt, and Paige Semenza also on that bag. 1 rep down, 1 rep back, and then it's back out on that 1,300-meter run.
Now this feed bag weight not presenting a huge challenge for these women right now, but I'm going to tell you something, Sean. Delayed onset muscle soreness might be. Don't forget about the tax collector from just a little bit more than about 36 hours ago. They did 40 back squats with 225 pounds, and they're going to be feeling every one of those reps on each and every one of these lunge steps.
Well, Rolfe is done, and she'll take off on her second 1,300-meter run. Alexis Raptis is second, and it's Grace Walton in third, followed by Maddie Sturt.
Raptis takes her down, as well as Grace Walton. Here comes Haley Adams. So your new leader, Emily Rolfe.
One more look at the event description.
Raptis in second. Walton.
They're going to run this circuit 4 times. They'll close with a 1,300-meter run. This is the second of 4 runs. Emily Rolfe is in the lead. It's Paige Semenza on her first lap. It's Rogers and Domit behind them. Emily Rolfe, 18th place overall. Her best finish was in event 3. She took 5th place there. And you know she's been waiting for this longer event.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure she's been chomping at the bit, been hoping and praying like, oh, we're going to run, right? We're going to run, right? And for those unfamiliar, we are very incomplete in regards to the status of the overall fitness test that we're going to see here at the Rogue Invitational. Every time we get a new 100 points available and we take the floor for another event, it's just another piece of the puzzle for the overall desire of the testers, the ones that designed this test, in Josh Bridges and Chris Spieler. So every time we get a little bit more of a thorough understanding of how these women really stack up with one another.
First lap coming to a close for Emily Rolfe and Grace Walton as you take a look at Lisa Fuliano, who's in 15th place overall.
Rolfe looking relaxed. Really nice natural arm string, relaxed shoulders. Gracie Walton, similar cadence. You can see the hints to good runners just in their body language, their comfort in the discomfort. Other athletes tend to run a bit more stiff. You're gonna see more torso rotation from side to side. Both these women putting on a great display of what relaxed running can look like. Haley Adams doing the same thing there, just as a far shot in third.
Remember, they returned to their lane, so Rolfe has a bigger lead on Walton right now than it looks, because she is in the lane.
That's right.
Nearest to the entrance off of this course. Domit and Rogers. Lap number 2 here, the second of 4 runs. So Emily Rolfe is making her 4th appearance at the Rogue Invitational. She's never finished inside the top 10. Her best finish was last year when she took 12th overall.
You wonder how the order of operations here in regards to this running event, Sean, affects the field. Running on a little bit more global fatigue, the tired legs, the tired body. We're 3/4 of the way through the test, or 2/3, right? Does it make the runners that run well better than the field, or does it make them a little slower compared to the field? Does this, in fact, lend itself as an advantage to those that might have struggled with this run if it was the first event to kick off the weekend?
You talked to a couple of athletes. We've seen them in passing here on P&J Live, and they all say the same thing. Yeah, I'm a little beat up. I'm tired.
Yep.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling it.
Yeah, which is completely expected when you're competing for something like to be the king or the queen of the Rogue Invitational. You're essentially saying, I want to be the fittest individual here. And that means this test is going to be thorough, and it's going to be tough, as it should.
I think the fans are having a lot of fun here, too, getting to go through Vendor Village. And this is a great venue. I mean, if you haven't had a chance to see the Rogue Invitational here these last 2 years, it's just a fantastic facility for this type of event. It's Paige Semenza.
Yeah.
It's her 3rd career appearance at the Rogue Invitational. She was 13th last year. Former Ohio State University hockey player.
And here we are, Gracie Walton again using someone else ahead of her and just trying to be a mere shadow, Sean, over that shoulder. She was doing the same thing with Haley Adams earlier. Look at the smile on her face.
I was going to say, she's been smiling this entire time. I don't know how that's possible when you're running this much.
Well, listen, I'll tell you, fake it till you make it, of course, is really an attribute that you want to look for from a psychology perspective. If Gracie does struggle with running, this is a great tactic to keep her mind and body positive.
I don't know if you saw that, but Emily Rolfe, with her right hand, went into the waistband of her shorts and grabbed some. I think it's chalk.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Smart move to take care of that before you get to the rope.
Smart move. I mean, we saw through that first round, the way she navigated the 3 rope climbs was a clear dictator on getting her that surge and lead into this round. So, yes, again, another very privy vet move that helps her create separation from the field.
The second set of 3 rope climbs for Emily Rolfe. She has 1 set remaining after this.
And she's ready to work, man. Almost a full rep now ahead of Gracie.
Rolfe on her second ascent.
Emily, one of the taller female athletes in the field. It also allows her to make a great 3 strong clamps on the way up this rope and be right where she needs to be to make quick contact and come on down. And there she goes.
And now to the 100-pound, 45-kilo bag, another 50-foot lunge. That will count for 2 reps. So at the 14-rep mark, Emily Rolfe will be back out on her 3rd of 4 1,300-meter runs.
And great transition there. That was a really great shot to even put, I mean, they make these lunges look easy, Sean. Like I mentioned earlier, that feed bag is not light, and to watch the duress that put Emily under just to get it to that front rack position and jump into her back, it lets you know athletes cannot sleep on this portion of this event.
Alexis Raptis and Grace Walton are on to their lunges as well. Maddie Sturt is working to pick up the bag. She's on the far left side of your screen now in the pink top. And Rolfe is making a return trip and starting to open up a lead here on the rest of the field. Round 2 is now done for Emily Rolfe. She has 2 more runs remaining. Gracie Walton is starting to slow down a little bit. And now Emily Rolfe, the only woman on the run. Alexis Raptis is going to be the next woman to join her, but she will be well behind Rolfe as Raptis has dumped the bag and she's back out on her 3rd of 4 1,300-meter runs.
Wow, great move there by Alexis Raptis. I mean, that's all the work that's taking place here on the field that allowed her to come back into this position here. She had finished that last run just behind Haley Adams. So the rope climb, getting back into that lunge, and then, of course, pushing the second lap is what Alexis Raptis tends to be doing round in and round out thus far.
And Grace Walton and Maddie Sturt are on the run. Haley Adams, bottom of your screen, on her 3rd of 4 runs. And it's Emily Rolfe all by herself right now here in this opening heat. First of 3 events that these athletes will face today, 9 in total throughout the weekend.
Yeah, you'll notice even this will be some of the more labored breathing that she'll have to deal with as she settles into this run. Coming off of anything, when you go from rope climbs into lunges and then you try to settle back into a run, it's that initial first 200 to 300 meters that you've really got to force the urgency to your body. Being a good runner like Emily Rolfe is, she knows if she remains disciplined that her heart rate will settle and she'll get right back into the smoothness of her running cadence.
Working her way through Vendor Village. Here comes Haley Adams.
Haley Adams looking like she's leaving plenty in the tank and not showing much urgency here at all to make any kind of move or speed up in any way. Just settled into her running.
20th place overall. This is the 4th time she's been at the Rogue Invitational. Her career best finish was 5th place in 2021.
And for Haley, historically, these are one of those events where she's able to capitalize on a point surge. We'll see if she can do that with this combination of movements.
Paige Semenza and Abby Doman behind her on their 3rd 1,300-meter run. So we're only in the 3rd round. We're going to finish on a 1,300-meter run, but where do you decide to start pushing the pace here?
Yeah, well, I think much of the race has already been decided for those that are leading, of course. It's one of those things where, by and large, you settle into that 2nd round of a round where or an event where there's only 3 opportunities to do the physical work on the field. The opportunities get fewer and fewer, Sean, for you to actually make moves, especially on someone like Emily Rolfe, who's only going to get stronger because she's such a veteran that she actually knows the cadence she can keep. She started back further in the pack to kick this thing off intentionally to almost warm into this threshold pace.
Emily Rolfe is way out in front here in the opening heat. There's Elisa Fuliano, who's towards the back of the pack.
And what we'll notice, Sean, is the race will evolve. You know, an athlete like Fuliano, for her, she's simply trying to finish this thing with a solid pace, yes, but she also knows there's not going to be a ton of opportunity versus this field to get high reward. So what's she going to do? She's going to conserve her energy and try to hold back some of her efforts for an opportunity perhaps later in the day in events 8 and 9.
Rolfe is getting set to come back into the arena here. Pardon me, Vendor Village. She is all by herself. Alexis Raptis was the 2nd woman out on the run. She is well behind Emily Rolfe at this point. Raptis has actually had a pretty solid competition. She has 4 finishes of 10th or better. The problem is she also has a 17th and a 19th.
Yeah.
14th place overall with 290 points.
And Sean, I'll tell you what, it's the history with her. Physically, if we can get her in a healthy place where she has an opportunity to really have a strong buildup to the Rogue Invitational, that's where we're going to see her at her best. She has got unique skill sets when it comes to being upside down. She's got very high work capacity. If we can help her get healthy to load up against events like the tax collector and in that heavy deadlift last night, boy, she is going to do some miraculous things in an event like this. It's just in the buildup if she can be healthy to prepare.
Emily Rolfe continues to dominate this opening heat. 35-minute time cap here. Once she gets back in the arena, it will be the final time that she has to go through the 3 rope climbs and the 50-foot lunge.
Emily Rolfe, the Cyborg. I'm not sure if she officially has a nickname of any kind, but I'll tell you what, to watch her run and to also watch her have the discipline to not lose a stride round in and round out, to keep her pace the way that she does, it takes such focus and discipline. It's almost like it's just programmed into her.
And once again, going to the chalk before she gets to the rope. Rolfe back into the arena. 1 final round of 3 rope climbs and a 50-foot lunge. And there's a very good chance he's going to get done with these rope climbs before Alexis Raptis even gets back inside the building here.
What's scary is I don't even know that this is the best running version of Emily Rolfe we've seen, Sean. She was sharing that, and you guys will notice the tape on her calf. She had a bit of a calf strain coming into this whole event. Wasn't able to prepare the same way that she normally does, especially for an event like this, Granite City. Just after doing some double unders, had a bit of a strain. Not bad enough to keep her out. She's here throwing down and, of course, still dominating in fashion on this running event.
Well, here comes Alexis Raptis as Emily Rolfe has one rope climb remaining. Alexis Raptis actually has worn the leader's jersey at the CrossFit Games before. So as you mentioned, just to get healthy, and the potential is absolutely there.
It's certainly there. And I mean, I think you even see it here, being able to pace off someone like Emily Rolfe and being within a shot's distance. She's gonna have an opportunity if she continues to do the work inside the field here as quickly as she has to even be able to close the gap if she's got the gas.
Well, Maddie Sturt and Grace Walton are back for their final round of rope climbs as Emily Rolfe has that 100-pound sandbag on her back and 50 foot of lunging awaits her before she heads back out on her final 1,300-meter run.
And this is where Emily, in her mind, is like, okay, this is the time. This is where I've got to suck it up. This is where I've got to make my move. Emily came here to not just have a good showing in this first heat in an event like this. She wants to have a top time in Granite City against this entire field, and she knows all the other women are just going to watch exactly what her splits were, what she's doing, how she attacked it, and this is where she's got to lay it on the gas and sell her soul to this run.
And Rolfe is done, and now she's going to just put it on cruise control on this final 1,300-meter run as Alexis Raptis is still on the first length of her 50-foot lunge. Now she's made the turn as Raptis as Rolfe exits the arena. Well, Maddie Sturt currently sits in third, and it's Grace Walton in fourth. Now Paige Semenza is back in the building, working her way to the rig for her final set of 3 rope climbs. The Raptis is done, and she'll head out on the run. And Grace Walton making the return trip. She'll be on the right side of your screen in the pink.
Yeah,
Pardon me, that's Maddie Sturt.
And again, what I love about the placement of this event, Sean, is that there will be such disparity. There will be such up and down of the scoring because of the way the test has gone so far globally. The first 2 days looked very different than an event like this. And so there are going to be athletes in Heat 2 that have an opportunity to establish themselves very high on the leaderboard in the Granite City finishing, and they've got to stay urgent and be relentless on their pacing here. And here comes Sturt. Only a couple seconds now behind Alexis Raptis.
Emily Rolfe is just moving at the same pace throughout this entire event.
Oh yeah, we're getting a little community action here also, huh? A little bit of the community workout going down. Everybody's getting fitness here at the Rogue Invitational. Probably working out with some of the legends over there.
It's been fun. I've gotten a chance to go down there and check it out for a little bit. And they're doing a really nice job of keeping everybody entertained, giving the fans something to do here. The community workouts have been fantastic.
Did you get in some of the weighted cornholes, the question?
I did not. No, that was...
That's amazing.
There was a... So what Adrian's talking about is that you can see it in the... I don't know if you'll be able to see it here, but yeah, you can. On the left side there, in that little blank alley, they had the other night for the Legends Happy Hour, they had a weighted cornhole game. So it was like heavy bags that you had to toss onto the board.
Goes all the way up to 25 pounds, but there's a variety of weights out there for everybody.
It was fun. There's Grace Walton.
Now, Grace Walton was the one earlier who seemed to be drafting and holding a position right behind an athlete. And now what we're seeing now is Paige Reynolds doing the opposite to her, kind of coming right up on her heels. We know that now this is going to be that final outing for them on 2 consecutive laps to come back in for the finish. Paige Rogers, I'm sorry, my bad.
Everyone's still getting used to that.
Gosh.
I still want to say Paige Powers. Emily Rolfe is done with her first of 2 laps. They're on her final 1,300-meter run.
She confirmed with her judge. One more, right?
Yep. No big deal. All right, I guess I'll just knock this out and win the heat.
One, I think this is where she's got to really fight psychologically, Sean, because she knows she's winning. She knows she's got to send the bag. She is. which is kind of a nice thing to have her even there to chase, because it does help Rolf lay on the gas, because she knows she's racing those future athletes that are about to take the floor in the next heat.
Little Steve Rogers on your left.
This is where you really rely on these hours of training and the miles you've accumulated for an athlete like Emily. Again, a lot of athletes might be in coast mode right now. She is far from it, fighting for every second here in Granite City, wrapping up what will be a total of about 5,200 meters for these athletes.
And Emily Rolf needs these points. I mean, she's 18th place overall. Only has one finish inside the top 10. That was a 5th place in event 3. Alexis Raptis is still in 2nd place. She's making her way into Vendor Village. That's how far behind she is of Emily Rolf.
And again, both of these women with an opportunity to punch themselves into the top 10 as the day goes on, and they want to do nothing more than that. Give themselves a chance to be in the final heat, to do the work. That's where you want to be. And this is where it does make it tough, Sean, too. You love the creativity of a course like this, because you can break away and hide yourself from those chasing you by just breaking quick around a corner. And I love that from a gamesmanship perspective.
Emily Rolf has made a career of doing well at these longer running events at the Rogue Invitational. She's taken 3rd place in the last 2 events at the Invitational that had featured running. And she's just about done. She's going to make a left turn and head into the arena. And we'll get in well inside that 35-minute time cap.
Wow.
Emily Rolf back into the arena here at P&J Live. And a final sprint to the finish. And Rolf is going to win heat number 1 in convincing fashion. We'll have to wait for her official time, but it was right around 28 minutes. Now Alexis Raptis is getting set to finish up. Maddie Sturt behind her. .08.07 seconds officially for Emily Rolf, as here comes Alexis Raptis to take 2nd place in the heat, and she is in. 28:50.97. Maddie Sturt is going to finish in 3rd. When we get some sprints to the finish, that getting over the top of that pad can be kind of interesting.
Man, I've got a history with sprints to the finish and long workouts, and I'm going to tell you, it's the last thing that you want to do. But yes, inevitably, we are going to see it. And I hope they got their hurdle legs ready for that final stretch.
It's Paige Rogers.
And just like we thought, man, she used that opportunity to be right over Gracie's back shoulder to pass her at just the right time.
Rogers makes the turn. Grace Walton's got a couple lanes to go, and now she'll head to the finish line. But Rogers is going to hold off Walton for 4th. And there is Gracie Walton, who I think set the record for longest smile during an event.
The whole time.
I don't think that expression on her face ever changed.
The whole time. Good for you. I mean, I believe that that's got to be something her team encouraged and her coach encouraged, and she did intentionally, that's for sure.
Haley Adams getting set to finish up.
Abby Doman making her way in.
Doman 17th place overall, looking for her first finish inside the top 10 of the competition. And Doman is in. 4 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Here's Elisa Fuliano. Fuliano is going to head to the finish, which leaves Paige Semenza as the only athlete still out on the course.
Boy, Fuliano really leaned in, Sean, on her final round. I mean, it was like a very casual, almost jog for her the entire event. And then for her to pass Semenza and then be full send there at the end, that was a very different approach than what we saw from her early on.
And Paige Semenza to close things out here for heat number 1. And Semenza is in, and that'll do it for the opening heat of event 7, Granite City, presented by Mod Tub and Emily Rolfe. 28 minutes, 8.07 seconds to take the opening heat.
I like it. What an opportunity to set the mark, and she did just that. 28.08. Going to be a tough time to beat, but there's several competitors in the back doing two things, Sean. Some are taking note on the splits they need to run in order to beat that time, and some are just like, oh no, how many of these competitors can I even slide between so that I don't end up on the back half of the bottom 5 here within this field of 20. It was a tight race early on. We saw it exchange a couple times on the first couple laps, but it was Emily Rolfe after round 1 that established the lead and was very consistent, even to the point of building speed on her runs all the way through the finish. She's got a strong history with the long events here at the Rogue Invitational. Steadily top 3. We'll see if a time of 28.08 will be enough to keep her at the top for this one.
Emily Rolfe by 42 seconds over Alexis Raptis. Maddie Sturt will finish in 3rd, followed by Paige Rogers and Grace Walton. As we get set for the 2nd and final heat. And if you're going to beat Emily Rolfe, good luck. You're going to have to really push that run, because I don't know where she gave up any time. It was from one movement to the next, no wasted time in transitions, not a lot of rest going on. That's going to be a tough time for the athletes in Heat 2 to track down.
Yeah, you put running in, you put rope climbs in a workout. I'm going to go ahead and guess this woman's going to be very successful at that combination.
Well, let's send it down to Kiki Dixon, who is with your Heat winner, Emily Rolfe.
Emily, you have such a strong showing with these type of events. You seem to get faster as you went. How?
I think I don't know, I can run. I don't know, I was a little bit worried. I've been dealing with a bit of a calf strain since the first event, so it's been a bit of a struggle this weekend, but that was a fun one to do.
Clearly, you were having fun out there. You had the winning strategy for this heat. What was it when you entered in, and were you able to maintain that?
I think just trying to be quick at the part in the stadium here, and then just trying to pick people off, and yeah, on the run.
I think you were quick throughout the whole entire thing. This is a longer event. We have 2 more events to go. What are your thoughts on those?
I'm excited. I like today's events.
All right, we look forward to seeing you back out here. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Big step.
Emily Rolfe looking for her best finish of the competition and puts up an impressive time in Granite City, 28 minutes, 8.07 seconds. We'll take a quick break when we return. 2nd and final heat at Granite City here from the 2025 Rogue Invitational. We are set for the second and final heat, and here's where we stand coming into day number 2. Laura Horvath is starting to separate herself from the field. She has a 40-point lead over second place Alex Gazan. Danny Spiegel is still in third place by 5 points over Olivia Kerstetter, and Ariel Lowen is 35 points out of a podium spot. Danielle Brandon has got some work to do and needs some help if she wants to get herself into striking distance of one of the top 3 spots. It's Granite City presented by Mod Tub, and we're going to kick off with a 1,300-meter run. We got some rope climbs in there, and then a 50-foot feed sack lunge at 100 pounds.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, we learned something from that first heat, Sean, is that the first round or 2 doesn't matter much. They got to establish a smooth cadence as they go.
And what's at stake here as you take a look at Laura Horvath looking to win her 3rd Rogue Invitational championship?
Well, I'll tell you what. The field has to find a way to close the gap on this woman. They are going to have to take advantage fully of this running and the mileage here, because she's not going to be slow at anything on the field. And then for a lot of these athletes in the field, it's going to be about damage control. We've got a couple in Olivia Kerstetter and Danny Spiegel that have not the best history with long events that include running. What can they do to minimize the damage to where they're at on the leaderboard right now? Because there's several women who are eyeing this event as an opportunity to knock them off the position they're in right now.
And Danny Spiegel and Olivia Kerstetter separated by just 5 points on the leaderboard that we just showed you. And as you mentioned, Adrian, neither one of them have a history of doing well in these longer events at the Rogue Invitational. And Laura Horvath is working her way up to the front. Now remember, they will return to their lanes. So the order in which they're running right now may not be indicative of who's leading on this run.
Yeah, and I've seen Laura approach running events here at Rogue differently almost every year. We've seen her start with a strong lead, Sean, in events like with the weighted run in 23. We've seen her try to start fast even with the different implements last year. Right now, she seems to be okay with settling behind Danielle as she establishes the pace and not looking to push it too much, which I think could be wise. We got to keep our eyes on Emma Lawson. We know that she can have a strong outing as a runner as well.
It bears repeating that there was going to be an outside run in this event. And Aberdeen, Scotland is on the same latitude as Juneau, Alaska. So not only is it a little chilly outside, it's also a little slick. They decided to move the run inside. And that's why we're doing 2 trips around this circuit here at P&J Live, for a total of 1,300 meters.
Yeah, you gotta love it, man. A good contingency plan in order to protect the product here. It's like you gotta keep the playing field as even as possible. And it can be sunny 1 minute and then a nasty storm 10 minutes later here.
Well, we've walked over every morning here from the hotel over to the venue, and it is rather slick out there on that concrete side. And I love this. I think it's great. Rogue has made these adjustments in the past. You think when we were at Del Diamond in Round Rock, Texas, moving some of the events onto the concourse and how cool that wound up being. So,
literally one of the coolest experiences I can recall. The final with the crowd surrounding everybody in that concourse. It was just insane.
First lap is done on this opening 1,300-meter run. Emily Rolfe again has the top time. That's in the upper right-hand part of your screen. It's Emma Lawson, Danielle Brandon, Laura Horvath, and Lucy Campbell. As Horvath is now passing Danielle Brandon. And it's Brooke Wells, followed by Olivia Kerstetter, Ariel Lowen, Alex Gazan, Manon Anganese, and Danny Spiegel.
Again, we talk about closing the gap. We consider someone like Alex Gazan. We talk about someone minimizing damage and controlling the control. It's Danny Spiegel right there.
And there is Alex Gazan, second place overall with 485 points. She's 40 back of Laura Horvath. And as you mentioned, at the top of this heat, Gazan has got to start chipping away at that lead.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be hard for her in this event, Sean. Her history is that she's just outside of mid-pack position typically on longer workouts that involve a run, at least here at Rogue. A 12th and a 13th place historically with events that are going to accumulate 5K or more on the legs. And so how has that adapted how has even her recovery from her accident with her lower leg, has she been able to put in the mileage? Has she been able to prepare in the same way? We certainly have seen it as no limitation thus far in her performance. We'll get a chance to see that here in Granite City.
Brooke Wells and Olivia Kerstetter. Wells, of course, announcing her retirement earlier this year. She's been having a really good competition so far. She
really has.
Got 4 finishes of 8th or better. The problem is she also has 2 18th place finishes, but she's coming off a 2nd place finish last night. Emma Lawson in front of Laura Horvath and Lucy Campbell as they make the return trip inside the arena here at P&J Live, and then we'll see who is actually in the lead.
And the way this heat is playing out thus far, I mean, it's such a tight race. Once we get into the field of play and we start to see how things look on the rope, and out of this first round of sandbag lunges, or feedbag lunges, I'm sorry, we're going to have a great idea of how we'll really start to create some separation amongst this field.
Emma Lawson 7th place overall with 355 points, and these are the women who are in the lead right now. And as you mentioned, for Danny Spiegel and Olivia Kerstetter, just minimize the damage here. For Alex Kazan, she's got to start shaving some points off that 40-point deficit here with only 3 events remaining.
Yeah, and I think this is an opportunity for young Olivia Kerstetter here to really prove that she's been developing as an athlete in her weak areas. We know she's going to have her home runs, and we know where she settles amongst some of the fittest on earth in certain measures. But this will be a great opportunity for her to put on a showcase of putting in some time and effort to develop overall.
Emma Lawson, Lucy Campbell, and Laura Horvath were the first 3 women to the rope. Danielle Brandon was right behind them. And here's Ariel Lowen in the green pants on the right side of your screen. Now, Lowen is a woman here in this event who can gain some ground. She's in 5th place overall, and the 2 women in front of her are Kerstetter and Spiegel. Lowen is 35 points out of 3rd place. Now, Horvath is the first woman done with her 3 rope climbs. Now onto the feed bag for the 50-foot lunge.
Now, we talked about this a little bit, that feed bag, even in the first heat, you can't ignore the transition to it. You have to have a strategy with how you plan to shoulder this thing and get it there. Otherwise, you lose precious seconds, and that really makes your efforts with running minimized, because you can sacrifice a lot of effort just to get a 5 to 7 second lead on someone on a run and lose it all on the rope or with this feedback.
Horvath making the turn. And she is done, and Danny Spiegel, to keep an eye on her, is currently in last place in the heat. There's Alex Kazan just starting her 50-foot lunge, and Horvath followed by Emma Lawson and Lucy Campbell. Your top 3. And Danielle Brandon is in a distant 4th. She's almost done with her lunge. And right now, your top 3 in this heat are ahead of Emily Rolfe's time. Rolfe was done with the first round at 7:10 on the clock.
Horvath with about a 4-second lead right now on Emma Lawson. Lawson looking to close that gap a little bit. All 3 of these women looking tremendously relaxed right now, very confident in the pace that they've settled into here.
Olivia Kerstetter is just now starting her 2nd run as you take a look at Horvath and Emma Lawson. Lucy Campbell behind them. Danny Spiegel just made the turn on her first lunge. So this is a huge opportunity for Ariel Lowen and Danielle Brandon.
Yep. This is also where I think Laura Horvath has an advantage, knowing the work that awaits them at this field of play here with the rope climbs and the feed bag, is that she really has a tremendous trust in herself on the things that she's good at. She's great at climbing the rope, and she's great at work capacity with a bag of any sort. So if she can just keep Emma Lawson here within reach, she's going to always have that opportunity to make a move on her in the stadium.
Laura Horvath has every finish inside the top 7, and she's won 2 of the last 3 events.
Now, Sean, if I'm Emma leading this as well, in the back of my mind, I also know who's chasing me. And in my mind, not necessarily on this round, but as I exit the field of play on the next round, I've got to start to try to create a bit of separation there between me and Laura. Otherwise, I know what she may be willing to do, as it seems like Emma Lawson might be opening up a little bit here.
Emma Lawson's best finish of the competition was in the opening event. She took 4th place overall. Looking to improve on that here. And again, she is slightly ahead of the pace set by Emily Rolfe in heat number 1. Laura Horvath really does not need to be concerned with Lawson. She just needs to keep Alex Kazan in the rearview mirror. And there's Danny Spiegel, who's in last place. Now, Spiegel came in 3rd place, 440 points.
And this is where a lot of those times, of course, throughout the rest of that first heat are going to play a huge role in the outcome for Danny. Can she stay within reach of the podium after this event is going to be a big, big question.
Yeah, and keep in mind, everybody in heat number 1 got inside that 35-minute time cap. Horvath and Campbell closing out their first lap into lap number 2 here. Second of 4 1,300-meter runs that they'll have to complete.
Lucy making a quick move there on Laura on the inside. Laura letting her do her thing. I think it's important from a veteran perspective here for Laura to remain composed early, not push her threshold too soon.
Lucy Campbell currently 9th place overall, had back-to-back 3rd place finishes in events 3 and 4. And excited to be competing here in Scotland. Her father is from here.
Yeah. Getting to compete closer to home always feels great. You gotta love it. I mean, I wonder how many of these fans have foregone to come be in their seat just to be closer to these competitors while they're running, man. That's a cool experience for them.
Emma Lawson continues to lead the way here in the second of 2 heats, trying to track down Emily Rolfe's top time in the upper right-hand part of your screen.
Well, she's doing what we talked about, trying to break the rope a little bit, if you will. Create a gap on these competitors so that when she gets in the field of play, then she's going to get to see them to the left and to the right. She's going to get a really good gauge on where they are and how far they are away, and then she can dictate the pace from there. She can really be in the driver's seat if she keeps this pace.
Lawson looking extremely composed here. She closes out her second 1,300-meter run. After this, it'll be that second round of rope climbs and lunges. Lawson back into the arena here at P&J Live. Second of 3 sets of the rope here for Lawson.
And this is where you have to be disciplined. We talk about the ability to climb the rope, clamp, and fall. And she has done it to the best of the best right there. Clean clamps with her feet, no wasted time, no slippage of the shoe. And then she's gonna stand through her 3rd grasp here, let go and slide right down that rope.
And Lucy Campbell on the far right side of your screen is on her first ascent. Here comes Laura Horvath, working her way up the rope for the first time. Final rope climb for Emma Lawson. Now Lawson will make her way to the 100-pound, 45-kilo feed bag for a second 50-foot lunge. 1 rep per length on this portion of the event.
Great strategy there by Emma, turning it lengthwise in order to get it to her shoulder, then flop it right over. Doesn't have to worry about the clean that front rack position with the feed bag.
Laura Horvath has moved past Lucy Campbell for second place. Danielle Brandon is also on her rope climb, so she sits in 4th place right now in the heat. Brooke Wells is back inside the building. Lawson has made the turn on the lunge.
Again, this is the advantage to when we're on the field of play, is that you get more of a sense to where the competitors are. And of course, for Laura Horvath, this is where she was able to make a move again right here on Lucy Campbell.
And Lawson is done with round 2, and she is still ahead of Emily Rolfe's pace. A good maybe 30 seconds on Rolfe at this point. As Horvath and Campbell are now done with the lunge. Lucy Campbell able to make up some ground on Horvath there on that portion of the event, as they are both now on their third of 4 1,300-meter runs. Danielle Brandon is just starting her lunge, so this is going to be good for Brandon. Brandon in 6th place overall with 355 points. Trying to creep closer to the top 5. She trails Ariel Lowen by 50.
Laura's history here with these longer events, Sean, bodes very well for her. A 4th, and a 9th. Clearly all top 10 finishes, more in the top 5 than just in the top 10. This is where she has an opportunity to really dictate the outcome of this competition and pull further away from those in threat of her #1 position.
Laura Horvath, one of 2 women to win the Rogue Invitational. The other is Tia Toomey. Toomey's won it 4 times. Horvath's won it twice. Looking for her 3rd championship here in 2025.
Cool competition going back and forth between Laura and Lucy, as we saw them throw down back in Miami at Wodapalooza early this year. And Lucy one-upped her. Lucy came out and really made a statement for her competitive season by taking the crown there at Wodapalooza, Miami. And I think it put a lot of people on notice and shocked the world. She proved throughout the course of the year that she's here and here to stay, wants to compete at a high level, returning from injury. And she's doing it now. I love it in her character that she wants to attack these women who are at the top of our sport. Some people lean away from that type of challenge, and she certainly has leaned in fully, and it's been very enjoyable to watch.
Well, meanwhile, Dani Spiegel is just starting her round of rope climbs, her 2nd round here, and this is why this is big. 3rd place overall with 440 points. Probably going to fall out of that top 3 after this event.
Damage control is what's at stake here for Spiegel. And she's got to know that. She's got to keep that urgency even though she's fallen off from behind.
And for Laura Horvath, she's just looking to widen her lead atop the leaderboard. She's got a 40-point cushion on Alex Kazan, and if this stays the way it is, which is looking like it will, that lead's going to get bigger.
Lucy doing a great job with those short strides, fast cadence. If you put a good runner's feet on a metronome, Sean, you want it to be a faster cadence than you do a longer stride length. It's going to help reduce overall fatigue and help them keep a faster pace with less of a cost on getting their heart rate up and getting more fatigue. So typically as we watch, even we watch Lemma and Lucy both run, they're going to have a faster stride cadence. Watch those feet hit the ground quickly.
First of 2 laps done for Lawson and Horvath, and Dani Spiegel is now just closing out her lunge. Olivia Kerstetter, who sits in 4th, and Ariel Lowen, who are in 5th place, looking to move up the overall standings. They are both ahead of Spiegel right now.
Yeah, when you consider being only 1 of 2 to win the Rogue Invitational like Laura, Sean, there's a mentality and a maturity that comes with that. And we know that this sport is a bit of a war of attrition, meaning that durability and your mindset on where do you give your all, where do you go full send, how do you manage the outcome, not just of 1 event, but of 3 events here on a really big day to finish. She knows she's playing with house money with a lead, and she sees those in front of her in Emma Lawson and Lucy Campbell, and she just needs to stay a particular distance from them without creating too much stress on her body. She's trying to think ahead too.
The main thing for Laura Horvath, even though she's not winning this heat, is that she is well ahead of Alex Gazan.
And that's one of the big things, I think, within the first 2 rounds. Once she really understood where Gazan might settle back into, she was like, okay, now I know what I need to do in order to be where I want to be.
Here's your leader in the heat, Emma Lawson, who is ahead of Emily Rolfe's pace from heat number 1. Rolfe's top time in the upper right-hand part of your screen is Lawson is on the final leg here of her third 1,300-meter run. She'll have 3 rope climbs, another lunge, and then a final 1,300-meter run to close out the event after this. I mentioned Alex Gazan, who sits in second place. She's well back of Laura Horvath on this run and running out of time to try to reel in the 2-time champ.
Yeah, and that's what's at stake for Alex here, is that she's going to run out of time and opportunity to close the gap on Laura. What's at stake for her is to close that gap now, and that's what she really wants to put her best foot forward to be able to do. She's got to find a way to minimize the placings between her and Laura Horvath.
It's a 40-point deficit for Gazan right now. As Emma Lawson and Lucy Campbell are back to the rope.
Emma finishing her second rope climb of 3.
Lawson is really duplicating kind of the, say, modus operandi of Emily Rolfe. I mean, not a lot of rest between sets, getting right to work on each implement, not wasting a lot of time in transitions. And now Laura Horvath is back inside the arena, and she'll start her third and final set of 3 rope climbs. Lawson hoists up that 100-pound, 50-kilo bag, or 45-kilo bag, 50-foot lunge here, and then a final run.
Yeah, she's got to get that feedback where she wants it, though. Lucy Campbell's now wrapping up her final and 3rd rope climb here. She's going to be making a move to try to close that gap on Emma.
Emma Lawson can win this event. She can find herself inside the top 5.
And we're gonna get a good race between these two, Sean. I've got a feeling. I mean, Lucy Campbell, when she smells blood in the water, that's an opportunity for her, and she thrives in those scenarios. Emma's gonna be out in front, a little bit of a disadvantage, blind to where Lucy is, and Lucy's gonna be looking to make a move.
And Lawson continues to stay ahead, well ahead of Emily Rolfe's pace from heat 1. Rolfe is finished with her.
Here we go.
Final set of lunges at the 22:12 mark. And Campbell now trying to chase down Emma Lawson. Laura Horvath is all by herself on the lunge. She's winning the battle as far as the top of the leaderboard is concerned. Danielle Brandon is on her rope climb, sits in 4th place in the heat. Brooke Wells. Now Alex Gazan has made her return trip to the rope. And Lucy Campbell trying to put some pressure on Emma Lawson.
This is where you talk about a little bit of stress on your mind, Sean, is now when do you lay it down? The question gets ever more important for Emma Lawson. If she wants to have an event win here, it is when can I break this rope? If I start to pull away too soon and I slow down, that's gonna open the door for Lucy. But if I do it too late and Lucy closes the gap, we're gonna be in a sprint finish and no one wants that.
Yeah, Lawson looking over her right shoulder, because if you could hear the crowd getting behind Lucy Campbell. And they are in lanes right next to each other. So Campbell does not need to put a lot of distance between herself and Lawson. In fact, if she just stays even with her, she'll essentially be ahead, because Campbell's lane is on the outside.
And you got to think that Emma Lawson also has that in the back of her mind. She knows that there's got to be a little bit more of a buffer than just a tied run coming back into the field of play.
Well, back inside, Brooke Wells is on the lunge along with Alex Gazan and Olivia Kerstetter. As you see, Ariel Lowen heading to the lunge. Kerstetter, who sits in 4th place overall, is on her 3rd and final set of rope climbs.
Olivia Kerstetter, one of those athletes we were looking to minimize the crash here of potential points because of this being a damage control workout for her. Not having a strong showing on longer events, especially with a lot of mileage on the legs. It's an opportunity for her to show growth and test her growth and capacity when it comes to her overall fitness.
Meanwhile, Alex Gazan is back out onto the run for the final time. Kerstetter has 2 event wins so far in this competition. She won event 3 and event 6. Now, Lucy Campbell looks like she's gaining slightly on Emma Lawson here at the final portions of lap number 1 of 2. Lawson back into the arena.
Emma looks very composed, Sean. I mean, I haven't seen a change in her posture, in the face she's making, in her stride cadence. She looks to be in complete control right now. Campbell looking a bit more labored, as you even see it across her face, but still, it's the eye of the tiger as she looks ahead to Emma Lawson, just wanting nothing more than to close the gap. It seems like she's gonna have to make that move sometime just before within Vendor Villager. It's gonna be too late.
It's a 7-second lead between Lawson and Campbell. He's Ariel Lowen. She's out on the run for the first time, so Lawson looking to lap her. Top 4 times from the first heat, bottom right-hand part of your screen. Both Lawson and Campbell are in contention for the top 2 times here in the event. See if Lawson takes another look behind her when she makes this turn. There it is. Trying to see where Campbell is.
Wow, she's now lapping Ariel Lowen.
Lucy Campbell being cheered on by the crowd.
This is where it's really got to start to kick in if it's going to be in there. Lawson, by means of how she's moving and running, she still will have more of a kick in reserve. And right now, I think she might be pulling away from Lucy Campbell.
It's about the same lead that they had when they got on the run. And if Lucy can just get even with Lawson, Lucy's going to make the turn first because her lane is lane number 10. Lawson is in lane 9. Lawson on her way back towards the arena here at P&J Live. And Lucy Campbell's running out of time here.
Yeah, and I spoke with her coach, Matt Torres, last night, Sean, and they were very excited and looking forward to hopefully some type of run today. And their prayers were answered with the programmed work here in Granite City, and she is certainly capitalizing on an opportunity here.
So Emma Lawson, a few seconds away from an event win. Lawson makes the turn. She'll head to the finish line. And Emma Lawson is going to pick up her first event win of the 2025 Rogue Invitational, smashing Emily Rolfe's time. Lucy Campbell coming across the finish line. She's going to take second place in the event. That's her best finish of the competition. 27:33.06 seconds. Laura Horvath is currently in third, followed by Danielle Brandon. So this is going to be big for Brandon. So Emily Rolfe is looking like she's going to finish third again in a running event. Fourth place very much up for grabs, as the second best time after Rolfe is Alexis Raptis at 28:50.
Yep, and fourth is a familiar place for Laura Horvath here for these long events. Fourth and fourth in the last 2 long events here at the Rogue Invitational for Ms. Horvath.
She's got 30 seconds. Shouldn't be a problem. But the big thing for Laura Horvath is that she is well ahead of Alex Gazan, so that lead is going to get even bigger. She came in with a 40-point cushion, and she's going to leave with a larger margin with 2 events remaining. So Laura Horvath, with 10 seconds to go for fourth place. Path's going to make it. 28:47.49 seconds. Fourth place finish for the two-time Rogue Invitational champion, and one step closer to making it 3. Here comes Danielle Brandon. This is going to be big for Brandon. Because she came in 6th place overall with 355 points, and she's well ahead of Lowen, Kerstetter, Spiegel, and Gazan. Going to pick up points on all the women ahead of her. Danielle Brandon to the finish line. She is in. 29:30.07 seconds for Brandon. Alex Gazan and Brooke Wells getting set to come back into the arena. Ariel Lowen is behind them. Alex Gazan, coming off that injury that she suffered in June, a career-threatening injury, and here she is at the Rogue Invitational, finishing 5th place in the heat, and now it's Lowen and Wells in a foot race, and it's going to be Lowen who wins that. Half a second between Lowen and Wells.
Hey, the people love it. The people love it. Sits up immediately and gives her daughter a shout out. Hi, Blakely.
Well, now Lowen was only 35 points back as Spiegel for 3rd. And Spiegel is still out on the run course here. There's Olivia Kerstetter, who's trying to minimize the damage, stay inside the top 5. Renan Anganez is behind her. That's where the leaderboard was heading into this event. Olivia Kerstetter with 435 points. Gazan has already finished, so she's going to tighten her grip on 2nd place overall.
And this is a place that Danielle Brandon, Emma Lawson are all eyeing opportunities to climb to, closer to the podium.
Kerstetter is in. Renan Anganez has made the turn to the finish. That leaves Danny Spiegel still out on the course.
Athlete currently sitting in 3rd place.
And I think this is her first lap. Spiegel is in danger of falling out of the top 5. Currently in 3rd place overall with 440 points. And keep in mind that everybody in heat number 1 finished inside the 35-minute time cap, so this could be a last place finish for Spiegel. She still has another lap to go.
And this is one of those things, Sean, where you think about, again, this is a global test of fitness. We are only 7 events in. You can't get too high and you can't get too low emotionally on where you're currently sitting and what you have yet to do, because pieces of the puzzle have yet to be filled. This is one that is an integral part for Danny Spiegel. This is a weakness of hers, the mileage on the legs, the longer event. She's had an opportunity to shine through the first 2 days, and now we get to see something that she's trying to have growth in from an overall fitness perspective. All athletes can learn from this as a lesson. The test has to be complete. It's very different than a football or basketball game where you see a first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and it's always much of the same. Momentum can be built. We start and we restart, and we stop every event, and there's a new opportunity for 100 points.
Danny Spiegel is in danger of getting time capped here.
There's a sentiment, Sean, too, to say that Danny Spiegel could obviously be out there walking right now to try to conserve some energy.
I was just going to say that. I think she's already in last place.
Yeah.
You respect the competitor in her wanting to finish here, but at this point, the last is last.
That's right. But there's a bit of this, and I feel like this is where the heart of the competitor comes out, and also the heart of the CrossFit community is being reflected here to a degree. Like we try to be and really strongly lean into a no-nonsense, never give up community. It's really what built and a reason a lot of us were attracted to the methodology in itself and to training in our garages and to training in our affiliates is because we really like to see what we're made of. And I appreciate Danny not just throwing in the towel and being like, oh man, I'm gonna save my legs for an opportunity to shine later. Keep grinding, keep persevering, and of course, do the work. It's one of those things where she almost owes it to the rest of the field also to see it all the way through that time cap.
Final 10 seconds for Danny Spiegel. And that is it. Spiegel looks like she's going to finish up.
Here comes Curtis.
Yeah.
Let her know that you can shut it down.
She got word.
She got word.
So Danny Spiegel is going to fall out of the top three. Kerstetter, Lowen, and Brandon are trying to work their way up the overall standings. And we know that Laura Horvath lead is going to increase as she heads into the final two events. And Emma Lawson's going to pick up the event win, 27 minutes, 20.98 seconds. Her first victory here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational, and pretty much went wire to wire.
She really did go wire to wire, Sean. She came out today with an opportunity to strike big, and that she did. It was her back and forth early with the champ, Laura Horvath, but it was Spiegel struggling through this long time domain and this mileage across the legs we knew she may. The storyline to follow here is Emma Lawson capitalizing on opportunity. Danny Spiegel letting points slip away. We talked to Matt Torres last night, Emma's coach. Hey, this could be a potential top two for her. Well, she was top two, and she wasn't number two. Emma Lawson with a number one finish to start the day at Granite City.
And once again, Emily Rolfe finishes in third. Good day for the Canadians, trying to erase the disappointment from last night's Game 7. Just had to get that in there.
I knew you did.
Go Dodgers. Laura Horvath will finish in fourth, and Alexis Raptis takes fifth place. Kiki Dixon is with your event winner, Emma Lawson.
Emma, congratulations on your event win here on day number 3. You came into today ranked 7th overall. What kind of a relief was it to see that day 3 was going to start with an event right in your wheelhouse?
I mean, it was a huge relief. The last 2 days have been pretty heavy, and yeah, a lot of back volume. So I was really happy to see that today was a run. I like running, and a longer duration event, which I usually like as well. So it was a good start to the day and good confidence to carry forward for the rest of the weekend.
We saw you looking over your shoulder a couple of times. When did you decide to make your final push to ensure that you got this event win?
I mean, I tried to create somewhat of a lead on the first 2 runs, and then I knew that I could sense the girls creeping up on me on the last 2, so I really thought it was time for me to, you know, pick up the gas a little bit. I also knew that they were a bit quicker on the ropes and the lunges, so I was really trying to use that run to kind of get ahead.
And now what is your plan to capitalize on this momentum as we enter the final 2 events of the competition?
I mean, it feels good. It gives a little bit of confidence, but we still got 2 more events to go, so we'll see what happens.
Great, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Event win for Emma Lawson, and 100 points as she heads into the final 2 events with some momentum. We're going to hand things off to the men as they get set for event 7. Granite City, presented by Mod Tub, and it's Pat Vellner, the oldest man in the competition, with a 20-point lead over Jeff Adler, who continues to climb up the overall standings, as does the 2025 fittest man on earth, Jason Hopper. He's only 25 points out, and Justin Medeiros, the 2-time Rogue Invitational champion, still in contention. James Sprague, the 2024 CrossFit Games champion, currently sits in 5th place. Granite City. A whole lot of running with some rope climbs and some lunges in there.
That's right, and they're gonna go through 3 rounds of that, and then of course they're gonna sandwich it with a final run. Running being the huge dictator in this event, Sean. We've learned that thus far with the 2 heats of women, but the rope climb and the feed bag matter. They've gotta move with haste on the field of play.
First of 2 heats getting set for the men. And again, this is a run inside the venue here at P&J Live. It's gonna be a 2-lap circuit, 650 meters. They thought about doing this outside. It is cold and chilly outside. It's also a little slick, so they moved it inside. And I actually think it's a pretty cool feature here of this event as the fans get to see the athletes run through the venue. They'll make a trip through Vendor Village. Lane assignments here for the first of 2 heats. There'll be 8 athletes out on the competition floor. Harry Lightfoot will have the hometown crowd behind him. He'll be in lane number 2. And there is Harry, and we're underway.
These men are starting with a ferocious pace. I mean, Harry Lightfoot is running out the gate of this thing like it's a 1-lap race.
It's a bold strategy, Con. We'll see if it pays off.
It is a bold strategy. We'll see how it plays off. Look, especially when you see a vet like Jonakoski, who typically fares pretty darn well when we're pounding the pavement and getting in the mileage and going a little bit long. And Harry's just continuing to lay it down as if he could just simply get out ahead and stay out ahead, which maybe that's going to be something that pays off well for him. We will see.
What's at stake coming in this event?
We can talk about all the things here, but it's an opportunity for these athletes at the top, especially when we watch them come out into the second heat, to really back up their current position. They've got to back up the talk. They've got to back up the expectations. We're thinking about Jeff Adler with an event like this still to come and take the field of play. But it's going to be really important for him to seize the opportunity there. And then it's a chance for none other than Jason Hopper to join the club. We're talking about a clash of champions all weekend long. Jason Hopper's going to be watching this first heat take the floor and have a series of times that he knows is going to be competitive and some that might need to be beaten in order for him to continue to climb the ladder and try to win the Rogue Invitational.
Trying to become a Rogue Invitational and CrossFit Games champion in the same year. Something that both Justin Medeiros and Matt Fraser have done. Harry Lightfoot is out front early, and we'll see if he can keep this pace. This is an aggressive pace here, to maybe understate things a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I appreciate it. I appreciate it from Harry because he's a rookie at the Rogue Invitational, and why not roll the dice and see what you're made of here in this field? He has accumulated a ton of lessons already, I'm sure of it, and now to kick off day 3, if he senses he has an opportunity, man, go take that thing.
Lightfoot leads the way back into the arena here as he closes out his first of 2 laps.
You can see him peeking at the Jumbotron, getting a good idea of where the other competitors are currently. We got some solid runners in this field. Austin Hatfield, you see the other rookie there, but Austin Hatfield, Chandler Smith, Saxon Panchik, all athletes that I think will be eyeing an opportunity to move up the leaderboard with this event.
Fabien Hermans out of France is the man in the blue shirt, white headband.
Well, the lead that Harry Lightfoot established early has already diminished, and he will begin soon enough paying the price for starting so fast, because now it literally awarded him 0 advantage.
Saxon Panchik and Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson had already tracked him down. Hatfield and Chandler Smith are there as well. There's Fabien Hermans. Saxon Panchik was a late addition to the field here.
Yeah.
He was inserted into the lineup once Dallin Pepper withdrew.
Yeah, we talk about being able to seize an opportunity. I mean, anytime you get a call or a message to be able to come to a competition like the Rogue Invitational here in Aberdeen, Scotland, you're not going to turn it down. And the beautiful thing is that he stayed ready enough to be here and go head-to-head with some of the fittest men on earth.
I want to apologize to Fabian Hermans. He is from the Netherlands, not France. There's Hermans in the background. Yep. He's done a pretty good job for a rookie. 16th place overall. Best finish was 6th in event 3. Got here courtesy of the online qualifier. Saxon Panchik is going to be the first man to the rope climbs, followed by Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson and Harry Lightfoot. The 4 rope climbs for the men. And then the feed bag is 150 pounds.
Yeah, and this extra rope climb for the men, Sean, will play a bit of a factor. It's just one more opportunity, a little bit longer time-wise, for them to make moves while on the field of play.
68 kilos in that bag as Saxon Panchik is working through his rope climbs. Final rep here for Panchik, and he'll move to the feed bag. Gudmundsson and Smith have passed Lightfoot. You see Brent Fikowski there sitting with Matt O'Keefe.
Yeah, great job there by Saxon. Not wasting too much time. Again, adopting a similar way to shoulder and get that feedback to his back that we saw Emma Lawson using in the last women's heat. Turning it sideways, then rotating it after you get it over your shoulder.
It's Gudmundsson, Smith, Hatfield, and Lightfoot all on the lunge at the same time. They're fighting for second place behind Saxon Panchik as Panchik is about ready to dump that 150-pound and 68-kilo feed bag and get out on his second of 4 1,300-meter runs. First of 2 heats for the men here. First of 3 events that they will face here to close out the 2025 Rogue Invitational. 9 events total over 3 days. It's going to be Harry Lightfoot, not Lightfoot, I'm sorry, Austin Hatfield who's done first. Lightfoot will be behind Chandler Smith. Bjorn Gudmundsson is 4th in that pack. Gudmundsson in 15th place overall. And out on his second of 4 1,300-meter runs. Austin Hatfield, 14th place overall. His best finish was 8th in event 2. Chandler Smith is trying to crack the top 10. He's in 11th place coming in. He's 25 points back of Hapalainen for 10th. Saxon Panchik is way in front. His best finish came in the opening event when he took 6th place overall. Since then, everything has been 13th or worse.
Yeah, doing a nice job right now. Got himself a healthy lead. Wants to get an opportunity to make his way up the standings. I know he has a firm understanding that some of these beasts that are waiting for heat number 2 are going to be the strongest runners in the field. So in order to get a top 8, top 7 time for him from heat 1 is going to be a challenge. He's got to really dig in here, regardless of where the other competitors are around him.
Well, the battle for second is going on behind Saxon Panchik. Hatfield, Smith, and Lightfoot are involved in that. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson has fallen back a bit in that pack. Just made the turn to Gudmundsson around that corner. These guys look to close out their first of 2 laps on the second of 4 runs.
Hatfield, a rookie here at the Rogue Invitational, has finished 10th at the CrossFit Games and as high as 5th this last year.
One lap down for Saxon Panchik.
Talk about pedigree. I mean, Saxon, younger brother to Scott Panchik, twin brother to Spencer Panchik. A lot of fitness running through that DNA in that family, Sean.
And Scott Panchik is here as part of the Legends competition. I mean, he still looks like he can get out there and compete, and he did in the Masters competition. See the history of running at the Rogue Invitational. We've had some long runs in the past, but this one is one of the longest. In 2022, they did that 4.2-mile run with weight.
How about the weighted ruck in 2023? Holy moly, that was heavy. Strip off some weight, run some more. I'll never forget that one.
That was a brutal event. Saxon Panchik getting set to make his 4th trip through Vendor Village here. Austin Hatfield has separated himself from the pack in that battle for 2nd place. Chandler Smith is trying to chase down Hatfield. And here comes Harry Lightfoot.
Chandler Smith, there's not many people in our sport that suffer better than this man. When his heart rate's high and the movements are simple, he's going to be up there with some of the best. Finished as high as 2nd in 2022 at the Rogue Invitational.
Chandler Smith wrestled at West Point for 4 years. And if you know wrestlers, they're just a different breed, man. Those guys just do not quit.
Yeah, I got a memory of Chandler just in the back at one of his first major competitions. It was Wadapalooza, and he was warming up. I'm talking for like 45 minutes before an event. It was unheard of at our time in the sport. Doing movements that you were like, hey man, what are you doing back here? And that's the wrestler in his mind, preparing his body for battle. Old habits die hard.
Saxon Panchik getting set to close out his 2nd and final lap. Austin Hatfield starting to close the gap a little bit. There is Chandler Smith. Chandler Smith also has an athletic father. His dad, Cedric, played in the NFL for 6 years, and he was the fullback for Emmitt Smith at Florida. And Cedric is now the assistant strength and conditioning coach for the Dallas Cowboys. Panchik back for his 2nd set of 4 rope climbs. And Hatfield making the turn. So Hatfield has closed the distance a little bit between himself and Panchik.
Yeah, that was a very strong run for Austin on that last outing.
Here comes Chandler Smith for his first of 4 rope climbs. Gudmundsson and Lightfoot are back in the building.
Austin doing a great job at minimizing the work needed here to get to the top of the rig. He doesn't spend much time on that mat. Now he's taking a break for chalk here.
Panchik is through his 2nd of 3 sets of rope climbs and back to the 150-pound, 68-kilo feed bag.
We talk about that feed bag being a little bit of a unique challenge to figure out how you want to shoulder it. Once it gets there, the weight itself isn't a huge challenge for these athletes, but when you think about the work accumulated, not just for the running that they're doing now, but through the course of the weekend, tax collector on Friday night, 40 back squats at 315 pounds. Their hips are feeling it. And they've got to fight through that soreness and fatigue here.
Chandler Smith trying to chase down Austin Hatfield. Hatfield has made the turn. He's in the green shirt as Saxon Panchik heads out for his third of 4 1,300-meter runs. 27 scored reps in this event. The lunge counts for 2. The run will also count for 2. They get a point per lap. Hatfield's done. He's going to try to continue to cut into Saxon Panchik's lead. And Chandler Smith solidly in 3rd place. He's back out on the run. The battle for 4th taking place on the lunge right now between Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson and Harry Lightfoot.
Hatfield was able to close the distance there on Saxon Panchik just a little bit in that last running effort. We'll see if he can push this pace, especially going into the 2nd lap again, to see if he can reduce that. Saxon holding his pace here.
Well, Hatfield was able to reel him in a bit on the last run. And Panchik got 1 rope climb in before Hatfield joined him on that portion of the event in the prior round. Saxon making the turn back towards the arena here. Chandler Smith is behind Hatfield.
Athletes trying to fight for these points here. Again, we got to understand this whole test of fitness is going to go down. There's going to be 9 total scored events. This is only number 7. This is the first event that is going outside of 25 minutes and beyond. There is opportunity for every athlete, even the ones currently in Heat 1, to jump up to Heat number 2, to put themselves in a top 10 position, and that's what they're currently fighting for. That is what is at stake for each and every one of these athletes currently here in Heat 1.
Different time cap for the men and the women, 30-minute time cap here. So Austin Hatfield is not only trying to reel in Saxon Panchik, but he's trying to hold off the man behind him, Chandler Smith. Smith looks like he's starting to close the gap a bit.
Definitely has gained a little bit of distance between he and Hatfield. We'll see how they both manage the work coming back in after this 2nd lap.
2nd and final lap for Saxon Panchik on this 3rd of 4 runs. Chandler Smith starting his 2nd lap.
Sean, this is where we really start to see all these hours and commitment to the training, to the volume these athletes have to accumulate. Not just to do well within this 25-minute event, but to be able to recover day to day, to be able to recover from event to event. There's already been so much demanded from them in the first 6 events, and to now be able to hold these paces on a run and continue to have this focus in through Event City here in Granite City. It's a really great ode to their commitment to the process and the training volume at which they continue to have all year round.
Hatfield took a look over his right shoulder to see where Chandler Smith was. Chandler Smith has been at the Rogue Invitational every single year it's been held. It's his 7th appearance. And he was 2nd here in 2022.
Yeah. And it's very impressive to watch men who are so physically strong. Someone like Chandler Smith, who can snatch over 305 pounds, clean and jerk is bested over 360 pounds, and can sustain such running paces. That's really what we're trying to build in our athletes here. Well-rounded fitness. This guy can also cruise and run an 18-minute 5K.
Austin Hatfield is really starting to reel in Saxon Panchik, and Chandler Smith is getting up there as well.
We talked about the advantage and disadvantage of positioning on long-running events, and this is where Hatfield and Chandler Smith both had been able to play off Saxon a little bit. Let him suffer and establish the lead, and we're just going to try to game him at just the right time, make our moves, set ourselves up for this big final push on the last two laps.
Now Hatfield just made the pass of Saxon Panchik, but Hatfield's lane is a little farther down here. The Saxon is still in the lead, but not by much. It is pretty much dead even right now, heading into the final round of rope climbs. 4 more reps here for these athletes fighting for the lead in heat number 1. Panchik makes the touch first, followed by Hatfield. Chandler Smith knocks out his first rep. 3 remain. Panchik gets right to work on his 3rd rep as Hatfield takes a break to chalk his hands. Final rep for Saxon Panchik. Hatfield on the way down after completing his 3rd. Chandler Smith just got through his 3rd rope climb. Final rope climb for Panchik on the far side. He's done. He'll head to the lunge. Here comes Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson as Saxon Panchik gets to work on the 150-pound, 68-kilo feed bag. Austin Hatfield is there as well, so the lead has decreased here, and Panchik takes off on the lunge just ahead of Austin Hatfield. Chandler Smith to the bag.
Yeah, we're in for a race here, Sean. I mean, this is gonna, they're all gonna really start to get out that door at a similar time. And we know due to the lane situation here already. Hatfield's gonna have to finish well in front of Smith. Smith's gonna have to finish well in front of Panchik in order to have an advantage coming down the lanes on the final stretch.
Panchik has a couple lunges remaining before he's over the red line for the final time, and then we close out with that 1,300-meter run. Hatfield took a brief pause. Panchik is done. And then Hatfield is in. Chandler Smith getting through these lunges. Hatfield and Panchik pretty much dead even here on this final 1,300-meter run. Here comes Chandler Smith.
Just got to run now. Didn't need the glasses for the last 2 laps.
I think he tossed those to his wife, maybe?
Hopefully someone he knows.
Here are your leaders, Saxon Panchik and Austin Hatfield.
Wow. Austin already made a move to pass Saxon. That's not what I expected. I honestly expected him to sink back just a touch, a little bit longer, even in through this entire first lap before he made that move. But clearly, maybe he's just more confident in leading the pack and dictating the pace instead of going off of someone else's pace. But now Saxon just gets to chase on his heels and draft a little bit to set himself up for a final push.
Chandler Smith. They're pretty much neck and neck because, once again, Saxon Panchik's lane is closer to the entrance than Austin's.
And again, that's another advantage that Saxon has, being in the trail position here. Just stay close enough. Stay close enough. You'll give yourself an opportunity. And by reading body language, I mean Saxon looks like he's reaching and grinding here a little bit more than Austin. Austin looks a little bit more composed and in control. It's always very hard to gauge off of looking at how bad the athletes seem to be suffering, because as a CrossFitter, we get really good at that.
Austin Hatfield continues to stay in front of Pancic as they're on the back half of this first lap on their final 1,300-meter run.
And here comes Chandler, starting to close the gap just a little bit on Saxon.
That's likely this one's going to be a sprint to the finish.
Yeah. We have an entire second lap after these athletes enter the field of play. They'll continue on for one more round. That'll approximately give them about 650 meters left.
So Pancic would be making the turn right now. So it's pretty much dead even as Hatfield got to his lane at about the same time. Now Austin is starting to put a little bit of distance between himself and Saxon.
And this is where he'll need to find opportunities again. I love that the running course is so unique to the point where there's some blind spots. And if you're leading, that creates opportunity for you to try to break the rope. Right when you make that turn and become blind to the competitors trailing you, you try to accelerate. Break their will to try to chase you down and compete, and that's when you can do it.
Hatfield taking a look over his shoulder, trying to keep Saxon Pancic in his rear view mirror right now.
Yeah, he's accelerated a good bit here. He's keeping a fast cadence, but you'll notice he's just starting to propel himself forward every stride just a touch more.
Chandler Smith is staying close to the top two.
Austin looking fresh, looking really good. In his mind now, he's almost got to start to step outside of considering just head-to-head with Pancic and considering all the guys again in heat number 2 that are going to be chomping at the bit to best whatever time he establishes here.
Austin Hatfield is doing a nice job of making sure he might avoid a sprint to the finish here. Hatfield's getting close to making it back inside the building. And he looks like he's in the clear.
This is good for Hatfield. This is one of those events where I think he's got a season opportunity and maximize his points. I think he's had a few this weekend that he'd like to have back. We know that he's pretty well rounded when it comes to fitness, but it seems like some pacing had been off, maybe some bad choices. This one he seemed to nail just right.
Hatfield back inside the arena, and he has put plenty of distance between himself and Saxon Pancic. And Austin Hatfield makes the turn to the finish line. Saxon Pancic just now making the turn. He's not going to have enough time to catch Hatfield. Hatfield will take the heat, 33.37 seconds, and Saxon Pancic is in second place, and it's going to be Chandler Smith who's going to take third. .50.63 for Smith. Guimaeros is
still plenty of work to do for Guy.
Still a lot of work left for him.
Yep.
Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson should be the next man to finish. And he's now just coming into the building. It's Fabian Ermans. Currently in last place. Harry Lightfoot's behind him. Lightfoot's just about done. for Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson. 4th place in the heat. 28:53.46 seconds for BKG. Fabian Ermans is on his first lap.
Yep.
Lightfoot will make the turn. And Harry Lightfoot is going to get inside the 30-minute time cap. 29:24.44 seconds.
And he won the first lap. Got that one under his belt.
Waiting on Jonakoski. And he's got 15 seconds left. So Ermans is going to get capped along with Maieros. It looks like Koski's going to get capped too, because he's had yet to return to the arena here. And now Koski has just gotten inside, but he's going to run out of time. It's Austin Hatfield who takes the heat. 27 minutes, 33.37 seconds. And did a really nice job of tracking down Saxon Panchik over the course of that event.
Let me get this one. This one first, please.
Oh yeah, pictures and autographs. Pictures and autographs. Gotta do it.
Some athletes are still spread out on the course, so we got to get them back here.
That was
Saxon Panchik out front early, and Austin Hatfield just ran the perfect race.
He really did. We talked about him wanting an opportunity like this throughout the course of the weekend, and he got it here. Finally nailed one for where his fitness is. He might look back on this thing and wish he would have even paced it and pushed it a little bit sooner, but he did a great job using Saxon as a tool, staying close enough to stay within threat's distance so that then he could lay down the hammer on the final run, and he was able to seize the moment and do exactly what he needed to do to get a Heat 1 win here in Granite City.
Austin Hatfield looking to match his best performance of the competition. He's got an 8th place under his belt. We still have another heat to go, but he's looking good with that 27:33.37 seconds. 5 seconds up on Saxon Panchik. Chandler Smith will take 3rd as Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson and Harry Lightfoot, the other 2 men, to finish the work inside that 30-minute time cap. Second heat coming up, and here are the overall standings coming into the event. Pat Vellner with a 20-point lead over Jeff Adler. Jason Hopper, the 2025 fittest man on earth, is 25 points back in the lead, and Justin Medeiros and James Sprague round out the top 5, and we are set for Heat 2, and we are underway. This is the final heat. We got 2 events remaining after this. The stakes have gotten higher, so what is at stake here in event number 7?
Well, I'll tell you what, we got a lot of runners in this field, and this is their opportunity to back it up. Specifically, I'm looking at the man in the black shirt with tear across it that just ran by, Mr. Jeff Adler. He likes to call his shot for these running events, and this is his chance to show it. And then it's an opportunity for Mr. Hopper to join the club. He's got to continue to climb this list of standings if he wants to be a part of the same list as Justin Medeiros and Jeff Adler as CrossFit Games champs, then turned Rogue Invitational champs.
Adler, fittest man on earth, won the Rogue Invitational. Medeiros has done it. Matt Fraser has done it. And that man, Jason Hopper, looking to accomplish the same thing. And he's been making a methodical climb up the overall standings.
This is not unfamiliar territory where we start to see some, again, we saw this a lot with the women where people just naturally break into groups. Ricky loves the lead and has no problem setting the pace on a very aggressive run. We've watched him run sub 5-minute miles at the CrossFit Games and turn around and win sprint events within the next 6 minutes. James Sprague, another athlete that we've got to watch closely, one of the finest runners in the field and in a great position here to still have a chance towards the top of that podium.
Speaking of James Sprague, Kiki Dixon has more on him. Kiki?
Guys, overall, James considers himself a grindy athlete. He said, the harder it gets, the better I do, which is very fortunate for him. He's looking to stay aggressive on the non-running portion of this event, right? So he wants to move through the rope climbs and lunges as fast as possible in order to get back on that run and hang with the top runners. He's looking for a top 5 finish with this event at a minimum. For the way the rest of the day is going to look, event number 8, he said it's going to be a little bit of damage control. And on that last and final event, event number 9, guys, he's looking for the W.
Thanks, Kiki. James Sprague currently in 5th place with 435 points. He's only 15 points back of Jason Hopper for that final spot on the podium.
Yeah, Sean, and we can expect a good bit of shuffling here. I mean, this field is so stacked with high-capacity athletes. You see James Sprague there in the white tank top peeking at his heart rate monitor. He's trying to stay in control, a lot like what Kiki just alluded to. He's pacing this portion, not really sending it, not selling his soul to his efforts on the run. Although he is a great runner, he's trying to keep a little bit in the bank so that he can go fast on the field of play and then get back out with the top runners in the latter rounds.
Jay Crouch behind Sprague, followed by Medeiros and Hopper. Second of 2 laps here on this opening 1,300-meter run.
Jay Crouch, another athlete who's trained very closely, right there trailing James Sprague with Tia Claire Toomey. Jay has had an opportunity to, as well as Ricky Garrard, join the proven team and be right there with the lessons that Tia has to offer as being one of the only 2 women to win the Rogue Invitational. Of course, the greatest athlete of all time in CrossFit Games history.
Pretty tightly packed behind the 3 leaders, Garrard, Krennikov, and Adler. You got James Sprague in the white, Crouch, Medeiros, and Hopper. And then Pat Vellner, who's your overall leader, is behind them. Well, Vellner's got a 20-point lead on Jeff Adler, but that could disappear quickly here in this event.
You know, with a field that's so deep in athletes that are going to perform very high in a running workout just like this, and outside of the time domain of that 22 to 23 minutes and beyond, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for athletes to fill that void between Pat and Jeff.
Garrard leads the way back into the arena, followed by Roman Krennikov. So Krennikov in the lead as he makes the turn first. Adler chalking up his hands. He and Ricky head to the rope at the same time. So Roman Krennikov, your leader here early, first of 4 rope climbs in this opening round. Sprague is on the rope, followed by Hopper, Medeiros, Crouch. Wow. Here comes Pat Vellner. Krennikov has 1 rep remaining on the rope. He's on the far right side of your screen. And now he will head to the sandbag, 150 pounds in that feed bag. He's got to lunge at 50 feet, 68 kilos. Adler is done. Here comes Ricky Garrard.
All these men putting on a display of climbing rope. They make it look extremely easy. It takes a lot of technical proficiency. Pat Vellner, one of the greatest at this, shows clean clamps. He's fast down, very sure with his footwork and strong with his grip.
Pat Vellner, again, currently your leader with 475 points. He's trailing Adler, Hopper, and Medeiros, but not by a ton. Roman Krennikov is done with his first round, onto his second of 4 1,300-meter runs. Jeff Adler, Ricky Garrard are getting set to finish up as well behind him. Garrard dumps the bag. Adler's got the bag down. And they're out on the 1,300-meter run for the second time.
Roman with about an 8 to 9 second lead on Ricky Garrard, and then another 1 second on Jeff Adler on top of that.
James Sprague is done. Jason Hopper's finished. Hopper has 3 event wins so far in the competition. And if it wasn't for that 18th place finish in the opening event, he'd probably be the overall leader right now. Here goes Justin Medeiros, who's won the Rogue Invitational 2 times, currently 4th place overall.
James looking very composed. Looks like he's out for a stroll in the park, to be honest. And to me, there's a lot of strategy behind that, because we look at these other runners and you can tell they're pushing their threshold a little bit more. There's rhyme and reason behind James laying back just a touch to start this event.
We saw Austin Hatfield employ the same strategy. It worked out well for him in heat number 1.
Yeah, the hard thing about being amongst this group is that you get too far back behind these fellas and there's no chance. Yeah, this might be a long run, as we're going to accumulate about 5,200 meters total, but these guys are running this fast.
Time to beat, upper right-hand part of your screen, and the leaders are well ahead of that pace. Hatfield was done with his opening round at 6 minutes, 54 seconds on the clock.
And we know these two have a strong history. Both athletes that are great friends and a lot of interaction. Hopper lobbed up a big thank you to James Sprague on his ability to actually traverse the horizontal pegboard. So we know they spend some time training together, maybe establishing a similar pace on the run cadence due to some previously planned attack strategies.
Last two CrossFit Games champions, Sprague in 2024, and of course Hopper in 2025. Followed by another CrossFit Games champion, Justin Medeiros. I mean, if you're Pat Vellner and you're looking at the guys who are chasing you, it's just, that's not the group you want trying to track you down.
And listen, but I'll tell you, there's no place you'd rather be. I mean, what a stacked lineup. You're never going to get an opportunity to be competing head-to-head against a group of people like this, a group of athletes.
Roman Krenikov is done with lap number 1 on his second of 4 1,300-meter runs. Ricky Garrard behind him, followed by Jeff Adler. I think Adler was looking over at his coach.
Yep.
For an update on split times, possibly.
Yeah, it could be split times. Could also be an idea of like standings, who's chasing them, where are they at, or should he go? Right, like those are some simple cues that you can give an endurance athlete when it's time to lay down the throttle. Jeff might have been saying, is it now? Is it on this round? Is it on this run? And there probably was some assurance there for him to stay the pace that he's going at and then see it through. Justin Medeiros looking strong so far. This is a bit of an outlier event for him. We've seen the fittest man on earth, this guy, twice. We've seen the champion here twice. And it seems as though that when he's strong at running, Sean, when he's healthy enough to put down the miles and be efficient at this modality specifically, is that it reflects his fitness globally. So we'll get a really good shot of Justin's fitness and snapshot with what he can do in the remaining time of this event.
Justin Medeiros was your overall leader through the first 3 events, but then a 13th place in event 4 knocked him off the top spot in the overall standing. Jake Crouch took over. And then that's when Pat Vellner was able to put himself on top of the leaderboard. Vellner coming off a 2nd place finish last night in event 6.
Pat's history with these longer events, 9th, 13th, and 10th in the longer running modalities here at the Rogue Invitational in the recent 3 years. If he finishes mid-pack here, the question, Sean, is will it be enough to keep him in contention to have a chance at the top of the podium? Or will there be too many spots between him and the men that are closest to him?
He had a 20-point cushion over Jeff Adler. And Adler can erase that here if these standings hold throughout the event. Jason Hopper currently in 3rd place, tied with Justin Medeiros with 450 points.
And we recently saw Medeiros just make a move on Hopper in the run to get right in behind Sprague. Pat reaching into his pocket, getting settled for that chalk as he prepares to come back in to the field of play for these rope climbs, and it's Roman Krenikov first to the rope.
Krenikov followed closely by Garrard and Adler, those two neck and neck. Krenikov threw his first of 4 reps here in his 2nd of 3 rounds on the rope. Medeiros and Sprague getting set to make their way onto the competition floor. Well, Roman Krenikov currently sits in 7th place overall. He didn't get off to the best start of the competition. He had a 15th and a 14th, but since then, everything has been 5th or better, and he has been climbing up the overall standings. He's got 405 points, 45 points back, a hopper for 3rd.
And all 3 of these men on that feed bag opting for the same style, lapping it like a sandbag and jumping it directly into that back rack position. Smooth.
Krenikov makes the turn. Gerard and Adler are neck and neck. Justin Medeiros working through his 2nd set of rope climbs. He's done. He'll head to the 150-pound feed bag as Krenikov and Gerard are finished, and now Adler is done. James Sprague currently sits in 4th place in the event. Now, Krenikov has traditionally done well at the running events here at the Rogue Invitational 2. In 2023, he was 3rd. 2022, he finished 4th. And he is well ahead of Austin Hatfield's pace right now. Nearly a minute faster than Hatfield. Top 3 in the event, Gerard, Krenikov, and Adler.
Heard Adler's coach yelling at him, Sean. He was saying it's the rope climb, not the run. The rope climb, not the run. That's a cue to him to let him know where he potentially could be losing time. Assuring him that it's not the run. Don't panic, Jeff. You don't need to do anything that you're not doing, but you need urgency on the field of play at the rope climbs is where it sounds like they've noticed a differentiator, a separator.
James Sprague currently in 4th place. Ahead of the 2 men immediately in front of him in the overall standings, Justin Medeiros and Jason Hopper. He only needed to make up 15 points on the 2 of those guys.
James still glancing down at his heart rate monitor, trying to stay in a particular zone, ensuring that he doesn't get his output too high too soon.
Justin Medeiros and Jason Hopper, the 2 men tied with 450 points, or more or less right next to each other here in this run. It's the 3rd of 4 1,300-meter runs. Now Pat Vellner is back out on the course. If this holds, Jeff Adler could wind up on top of the overall standings with 2 events remaining.
And Henrik Happelainen here to ruin the party for Pat Vellner. Every athlete ahead of Pat between he and Jeff Adler is going to be a strong differentiator and dictator in the outcome of this whole entire weekend. Pat's got to look at them all as the enemy, and he's got to be looking to clip them off as this event continues on.
At the same time, Vellner's such a smart competitor. He understands he's got 2 events remaining.
That's right.
As long as he can hang in the middle of the pack, minimize the damage, he'll still have a chance.
Yeah, we talk about the war of attrition, and there's a lot of strong considerations and hard choices athletes got to make. Know your body, know when it's okay to push, know when you'll be able to recover, and would you be able to recover and reconcile the energy deficit that's going to take place from this long, grueling 30-minute test.
The first lap is down. Ricky Gerard, who comes in 8th place overall, is leading the way right now. He's had an up and down competition. Started out great. 2 finishes inside the top 5, then an 18th and a 12th, then a 4th, then an 11th. Gerard looking for some consistency here on day number 3.
And I think he's really got the opportunity, Sean. He really does. Looking at what is to come, the movement selection, the time domains that'll be tested, he's got a chance to start today with some great momentum and really make a march up the standings.
Sprague is done with his first of 2 laps on this 3rd 1,300-meter run. Sprague won the CrossFit Games last year and then came here to the Rogue Invitational and didn't perform the way he wanted to, coming off a bout of pneumonia last year. As you take a look at Justin Medeiros, Sprague still managed to finish 11th that year. There's Jason Hopper, currently sits in 3rd place, 450 points, 3 event wins so far in the competition. Trying to separate himself from that man.
Yeah, Medeiros running strong right now. Jason cannot let him get too far away. We talk about Medeiros. He's always willing to die for points. Jason's got to be sensitive to that and understand that today, with especially what's looming with the overhead squats and the burpees, Jason's a tall guy. His range of motion, it's not going to play out in his favor. He's going to have an opportunity to fight and be scrappy, but he's got to get points where they're available today, and he doesn't want Justin ahead of him on this one.
Medeiros taking a look. That's where everybody peaks, is on that big turn into Vendor Village.
We talk about the advantage of having some of these blind turns as well. When you can and you break away, accelerate those feet, try to break the rope with the competitors that are closest to you. When they see you again, it has a tendency to want to break their will or break their spirit to try to compete. Ricky Garrard entering the field of play.
Garrard is heading to the rope, and he has started to open up a big lead here as he's left Adler and Krennikov well behind him. He gets right to work. Now Krennikov and Adler have just returned to the field of play. Garrard onto his second of 4 reps here. This is the final round on the rope for him. Krennikov to the rope, and here comes Adler, the defending Rogue Invitational champion.
Now I talk about what we heard Jeff's coach yell at him. It's the rope, not the run. He's got to have a great amount of urgency here on these climbs in order to make up time here on Ricky.
Garrard is onto the feed bag.
27-33.
So Austin Hatfield was done with round 3 and onto his final run at 21:52. So Garrard well ahead of that pace. Here come Krennikov and Adler to the bag. Justin Medeiros is back in the building, as is Sprague. James Sprague is on the rope. He's in 4th place still in this heat. Medeiros right to work on the rope climb. Ricky Garrard is done with his lunge. So 1,300 meters between Ricky Garrard and an event win here, as he's 2 minutes ahead of Austin Hatfield right now.
Wow.
Krennikov and Adler are neck and neck. Now the good news for Adler, he's well ahead of Pat Vellner. He's getting the help he needs to leapfrog Vellner for 1st place overall.
And Garrard's got about 20 seconds on both these men.
Sprague getting started on his lunge, as is Justin Medeiros.
Justin really did a tremendous job in closing the gap there on the latter part of that run and also those rope climbs.
Jason Hopper just finished up his rope climbs. He's going to join Sprague and Medeiros on the feed bag. 150 pounds, 68 kilos. It's a 50-foot lunge, 25 feet down, 25 back.
James Sprague literally got knocked out of his shoe right there. He dropped the sandbag on his foot and it slid him out of his shoe.
And Medeiros is now done as well. So he and Sprague more or less even as they start this final 1,300 meter run.
So now Medeiros applying pressure. Can he catch up to Sprague?
And this is where I think Medeiros might try to use James as a catalyst, not necessarily to eye passing him. I think he knows how good of a runner James is. Now, if he can do it, he should, but he's gonna also use him to pull him forward away from Hopper.
Jason Hopper onto the run for the final time.
It's a great rabbit to chase right there in James Sprague.
Sprague heading into Vendor Village with Vellner right behind him.
2 minutes on the clock, 30-minute cap. The time for our top athletes to be 27:33.
Jay Crouch came in 6th place overall. And he's currently trailing the men he's trying to catch up with, James Sprague and Justin Medeiros. Crouch at one point was the overall leader in this competition. And Ricky Garrard is done with his first lap and just lapped Pat Vellner. The Vellner is in danger of falling out of the top spot in the overall standings. If these results hold, Jeff Adler, most likely our new leader heading into the final 2 events, looking to defend his title here at the Rogue Invitational. Gerard lapping Hapalainen.
Yeah, Sean, we talked about how much of an outlier this event is, and this really goes to show it. This is the final heat, the top 10 men at the Rogue Invitational, and Ricky Garrard has already lapped 2 of them early in his 2nd lap. That really just goes to show how much disparity there is within these men when it comes to pounding the pavement and accumulating miles, and as well as elongating this energy system, or how much time we're covering for this long workout.
You think back to last year in the long run event to open things up, and it came down to a sprint between Garrard and Adler. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case here in 2025, as Ricky Garrard is all by himself in front. 2nd and final lap for Garrard, taking a look behind him.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a reverse situation. Ricky was the one lurking in the back there. Looked as if Jeff Adler had it in the bag, and then he came up really hard on him on the end, and he certainly wants to make sure that doesn't happen to him this year. And here comes Adler.
So Adler has now lapped Hapalainen and left Roman Krennikov well behind him. And Adler gunning for the overall lead. Roman Krennikov trying to catch back up with Jeff Adler. He was the early leader, was Krennikov in this heat. Ricky Garrard is looking like he's going to cruise to an event win, his first of the competition. Adler's starting to creep up, but he's going to run out of time. Ricky Garrard back into the arena.
He needed this to start today, that's for sure.
Ricky Garrard makes the turn to the finish, and it's not going to be close this year. Ricky Garrard starts off Sunday with a dominating event win. 25:16.44 seconds for Garrard. Here comes Adler. He's going to finish 2nd in the event, and Jeff Adler may have just put himself back on top of the overall leaderboard. 25:31.69 for Adler. Roman Krennikov doing himself some favors. Another top 5 finish for Krennikov. He'll take 3rd in the event at 25:50.14 seconds, and now James Sprague is your leader on the floor. Justin Medeiros may have passed him.
Yep.
Yeah, Justin Medeiros is looking for 4th place here in the event. Medeiros starting to open it up a bit here.
This is going to be huge for Justin Medeiros.
He was tied in points with Jason Hopper, and Medeiros looking to take over 3rd place all by himself.
I don't know what James is still looking at his watch for to finish this event, unless his whole goal is to stay under a heart rate. Watching heart rate's the last thing you need to be concerned with is passing Justin Medeiros.
But Justin Medeiros back inside P&J Live Arena. He'll make the turn to the finish, and Justin Medeiros is going to lock up a 4th place finish. And the former 2-time Rogue Invitational champion is across the finish line inside 27 minutes. Here comes James Sprague. He'll take 5th place in the event. And now Jason Hopper.
We've got a competition on our hands.
The top 6 times from Heat 2 are going to be your top 6 times in the event. 27:26.62 for Hopper, and pops right down next to James Sprague as Jake Crouch makes his way into the arena. Here comes Pat Vellner. Happelainen. Heading to the finish line. And he is in, and Pat Vellner is in danger of getting time capped.
Sean, we talked about if he would have a Vellner event. Sometimes he has these outliers, and this is a chance to be one of them right here.
Well, Vellner's done. This is his final lap. So he is going to make it in. But he's going to surrender the top spot in the overall standings to Jeff Adler. He only had a 20-point lead, and Adler got plenty of people between himself and Vellner to eliminate that. 29 minutes, 0.91 seconds. Now Colton Mertens is trying to get it inside the time cap.
We knew this would be a tough one for Colton, but I'm telling you, Sean, where he struggles, he also has an opportunity to hit home runs. As a fan favorite, people are going to be real excited to watch him take the floor for the next event.
Now that one is in his wheelhouse, and Colton Mertens, with the crowd behind him, gets in inside the 30-minute time cap. 29:49.68 officially for Colton Mertens, but it's Ricky Garrard picking up his first event win in the competition. 25 minutes, 16.44 seconds. He wins the battle, and it's Jeff Adler who could be winning the war. He takes second. Adler will be on top of the overall standings with 2 events remaining.
Great way to start the day for Ricky, and it's certainly something he needed to kind of build some forward momentum.
Roman Krenikov was your early leader, but Adler and Garrard reeled him in, and then Ricky stopped the gas.
Yeah, it was all Ricky. We know he's got the fitness. We know he's got the competitive mindset. It was a little bit of back and forth early between he and Roman Krenikov, but it was here. He didn't relent this lead after he took that spot going into that third run, and it was no looking back. The guys looked like they had a little bit of shuffle back and forth, but no one was willing to contend with Ricky late, not even Jeff Adler himself. And what a way to start the day for Ricky, who had some ups and downs through the course of this weekend. Maybe he'll lead his way up the standings.
Top 6 times are the top 6 times from that second heat, are the top 6 times in the event. So Garrard, one of 3 men to go sub 26, 25:16.44 seconds for his first event win of the competition. Austin Hatfield's time is good enough for 7th place out of heat number 1. And Ricky Garrard is with Kiki Dixon.
Ricky, you just earned yourself an event win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It seemed that you made your push on the second run. Why did you decide to do it at that point?
Yeah, Roman had me worried at the start, to be honest. When he caught me on the first run, and then we ran back in, and he was lane 9, I was like, oh, shit. He's going to have a big head start. But I just stuck to my game plan. Smooth on the rope, push on the lunges. And then when I got out on the second run, and I had that inside lane and got in front, I was like, this is my chance to break him. And I knew there's heaps of corners, so I was just trying to like sneak around some corners as quick as I could so they couldn't see me. So then try and make him give up, and I think it worked.
How do you keep pushing through, right? At 35 minutes long, this is the longest event for this weekend. What are you doing to make sure that you do stick to your game plan, not come out the gates too hot, and just manage throughout the entire event?
Yeah, I think it's just been intuitive in the workout and knowing the thoughts that are coming into your head and changing them from negative to positive and trying to keep pushing through. And yeah, I thought Jeff might try and come back at me on the run at the end, and I did see him coming, but I had enough of a lead to get the job done. And having all you guys in the crowd like the whole way around was just epic. And yeah, it gave you all the energy you needed to just keep pushing the pace. And yeah, I felt really good, and I'm stoked to finally get a win on this roller coaster of a weekend.
Congratulations on this event win. We'll see you back out here later today. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Ricky Garrard with the event win. Kiki said 35 minutes. The men had 30 minutes in the time cap. We can see Ricky excels in these longer events at the Rogue Invitational. His second straight year that he's won the running event. Of course, he had to do it in a sprint last year against Jeff Adler. This year was not a problem for him. Back-to-back first place finishes for Garrard at the Rogue Invitational. And he's going to move himself up the overall standings. Well, meanwhile, Jeff Adler's moving up as well, and he's probably moving into the top position. And he is with Kiki Dixon.
Adler, it seems after this event you will be back in the top position. How do you manage that with the roller coaster that Ricky was just talking about? You know, you're on top, then you're back down, then, you know, Vellner fell back a little bit. What's that like?
There's 2 more to go and tons of work and tons of fitness. So I'm just happy that I was able to manage my pace, not go too hard, too hot, and keep some juice for the last 2.
Now, keeping the juice for the last 2 events, what can we expect from you, you know, with event number 8 and event number 9 on the scale of damage control to that's my event?
I mean, this next one, I need to do something special and try to get a little buffer because the big guys are going to go hard on the bike. And then on the bike, I just hope to finish behind the big and tall guys, and hopefully that will be enough.
And for event number 9?
Yeah, that's the event number 9, the bike one. Just stay behind and do my best.
Great. We look forward to seeing you back out here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Shit.
Jeff Adler looking to be the overall leader with 2 events remaining and back up his 2024 Rogue Invitational Championship. It's taken him a while, but he's finally there. 2 events remain here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Laura Horvath leading the way for the women as Emma Lawson picks up the event win. Ricky Garrard takes it for the men, but it's Jeff Adler who puts himself on top of the overall standings. Plenty of action still to come here in Aberdeen. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll have event number 8 as the final day of competition rolls on here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational.
The 2025 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by BTWB. Try BTWB gym management software. We put fitness first. Mod Tub. Recovery built as tough as you. Brewdog. Iron Game. The official beer of the Rogue Invitational by Brewdog. And Novalab. Train harder, recover smarter.
Well, timing is everything, and Emma Lawson picked a great time to rack up her first event win of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. She moves up 3 spots in the overall standings and is knocking on the door for a spot on the podium. Olivia Kerstetter currently sits in that final spot on the podium with 460 points, but Lawson, Lowen, Spiegel, and Campbell are all in contention as just 25 points separate 3rd from 6th in the overall standings. And Adrian, Emma Lawson has made a career of finishing on the podium here at the Rogue Invitational.
She has. Campbell's been on the podium here. Lowen has been on the podium here, but Emma Lawson has been on the podium twice here. Both times that she appeared at the Rogue Invitational, she's gotten there, which tells me, as we look at this resume, that she's currently in 4th place. She got 3 top 5 finishes, 1 event win. But she's more importantly got the experience on to do what she needs to do to get back to the top 3. And we've got 2 events, and I like this next one. It's going to be in her favor.
We are set for event 8, the second to last event here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champ Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down on the competition floor as we are live inside P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. Event 8 is Double Bogey, presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. Your event standings coming into this event: Laurel Horvath has a stranglehold on the top spot in the overall standings. She has 610 points. She's now 70 up on Alex Kazan, who is solidly in that 2nd position. The battle, as we just mentioned, is going on for that 3rd and final spot on the podium. Olivia Kerstetter is only 25 points up on 6th place, or 7th place, pardon me, Lucy Campbell. A lot can happen here in event number 8.
Yeah, we can expect to see a lot of exchanging of the leads here, Sean. This is a couplet. It's traditional CrossFit here. When we look at Double Bogey, it's 10 rounds for time, 8 overhead squats, and 6 burpees over the bar. The burpees over the bar can happen any way. The athletes simply have to jump. They can be lateral to their bar. They can be bar facing. It is up to them with a firm time cap at 9 minutes.
What are the keys to an all-out sprint like this?
Gosh, the keys here are exponential consequence. There are huge consequences for erratic movement. They have to be extremely effective, and then we've got to make sure that we understand that we can't be immature in regards to our position. The overhead squat demands that the torso remains upright. An immature squat's when the chest comes forward, and it makes the athlete's cycle rate that much slower. They got to stay intent, and they got to stay fast.
2 heats for event number 8. Lane assignments for heat number 1 for the women. And all these athletes are just trying to work their way up the overall standings. Close things out on a positive here in Scotland. There is Haley Adams taking the floor. He's 20th place overall. Lisa Fuliano getting set, along with Grace Walt. Paige Rogers out there as well. Maddie Sturt in the light blue, taking her position on the start line. This is going to be a much different test than we just watched, that 35-minute slog.
So different. And Maddie Sturt, you know, when we think about range being a huge separator here, she's a shorter statured athlete with a big engine. She moves quickly, and of course has trained alongside Tia for the last year and a half. It's gonna definitely pay off for her in this couplet.
There's Grace Walton, who's 13th place overall with 370 points. She's only 15 points out of 9th. Maddie Sturt currently sits in 10th place overall. Her best finish is a 5th place. Did that to close out Saturday night in event 6.
All these athletes looking for an opportunity to jump up the standings in that leaderboard, get themselves an opportunity to be in that last heat.
And don't forget, money on the line here. Every placement on that leaderboard counts. Abby Doman on the left, Elisa Fuliano on the right. Doman 17th place overall, Fuliano in 16th. They're separated by 20 points in the overall standings. Doman had her best finish in the opening event. It was 10th place in event number 1.
We think about Range winning here too. I think about Fuliano gonna have a good outing. Hey, Haley Adams, regardless of how the weekend's gone for her, a big engine. This event reminds me it has open-esque type features. High cycle rate, high heart rate. Gonna have to be a lot of fortitude and toughness.
Emily Rolfe took 3rd place in the opening event today. That moved her up to 15th place overall. That was her best finish in the competition. She's got 2 finishes or 5th or better.
Alexis Raptis also solid showing earlier today in lane 7 there.
Raptis in the middle of your screen. 12th place overall, 370 points. Also just 15 points back at 9th.
It would be a great way to finish this year's Rogue Invitational for her, just to punch her spot in that top 10.
She's got 5 finishes inside the top 10. The problem was she's got a 17th and a 19th as well. There's a slight delay because of an issue on the field that they're getting squared away. And once that has been taken care of, we'll get started here.
You see Fuliano there banging out the burpees, making sure she keeps her heart rate pumped up. She was literally on the ground just a second ago doing some extra burpees to make sure that she had her movement squared away and ready to rock and roll. She's more than aware that once this event really gets rolling, it's going to be nothing shy of a sprinter's pace.
Fuliano is a pretty incredible athlete. A couple of years ago, she was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. So she knew that the competitive life that she had left in her was pretty limited, and decided to throw herself into CrossFit. She was able to make it to the games, now 3 times. Maddie Sturt, who was the youngest competitor at the CrossFit Games 2 times in her career. First showed up in 2016. Started CrossFit when she was 12.
Wow. It becomes a more and more common story. The longer the methodology is around, man, parents exposing their children to it, children falling in love, having an opportunity to pursue it at a high level due to the fitness that they build right there in a local affiliate.
One more look at the event description for double bogey, presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. 10 rounds of an overhead squat and burpee over the bar. And this is one of those events where you want to move fast, but you got to make sure you're not getting hit with a no rep, because in something that goes this quickly, that can be very costly.
It's very costly, and we were sitting in on that athlete briefing. They've been cued away. They need to make sure that they lower the bar, not with complete control, but they're going to have to guide it to the ground every time. Tight quarters out there in the lanes. It's going to feel a lot like an affiliate throwdown in your gym, going head-to-head with other peers, and you're going to see it. It's going to be rep for rep, almost synchro style to get this thing rocking and rolling.
Here are the overall standings for the athletes who are on the floor right now. Paige Rogers currently sits in 11th with 380 points. We talked about Raptis and Walton also trying to punch their way into the top 10. Emily Rolfe moved up to 15th after that 3rd place finish in the last event. You heard the buzzer go. That was a test of things going on the floor. So I think we're ready to go here for heat number 1.
I think I heard him give him just about the 30-second call.
I've already had the announcer jinx once. I don't want to.
That's right.
Don't want to pull it off again. There we go.
There it is.
We're underway. Sprint to the barbell for 10 rounds of 8 overhead squats and 6 burpees over the bar. 95 pounds, 43 kilos.
You hear a lot of different cues given out by the judges right now, reminding athletes to stand tall at the top, not just to straighten their knees, but to send their hips forward for every rep.
Fuliano onto the burpees, along with Alexis Raptis. I think Raptis may have been the first woman there. She's in the all black in the middle of the screen. Just took a look at her judge. And again, as Adrian said, these burpees can be any way you want. It can be.
Yeah, Gracie Walton out with a really great fast pace there in the middle of your screen.
That was Grace Walton, not Alexis Raptis. Sorry, thanks, Adrian. Walton with the barbell down again. She's into the 2nd round. Abby Doman sits in 2nd place. Doman under her 2nd round of burpees. Fuliano's there as well. And Emily Rolfe on the far side of the floor, top of your screen.
Rolfe executing more of a methodical pace.
Rolfe into round 3. Grace Walton continues to be your leader. There are 140 total reps in this event. Walton in the all black. And Abby Domit, now Lisa Fuliano and Rolfe. Rolfe's at the top of the screen. Domit, Fuliano, and Walton towards the bottom. And Haley Adams will be the last woman on to her 3rd round of bar-facing burpees. Or burpees over the bar, I should say. Grace Walton back onto the barbell for 8 more overhead squats. She's into round 4. Abby Domit sits in 2nd. And Emily Rolfe is in 3rd. Walton back to the burpees again.
This movement right here is punishing for any flaw you got in your squat mechanics at all. You have to have great timing, you have to have great stability in your shoulders, and to consider all the work these athletes have already put in, including an athlete like that, Emily Rolfe, who hit an absolute grand slam this morning with the run event. She's having to express a ton of fitness just to be steadily working right here and breathing under that weight.
The Walton's in round 5. She's back on the overhead squat, starting to separate herself from Abby Domit. Domit just picked up the barbell, and now Rolfe, the 3rd woman, into round 5.
95 pounds, the working weight for these women here. They're gonna squat 80 times as they execute 60 burpees through the course of this 10 rounds.
Walton is approaching the halfway point of the event. Again, 140 scored repetitions and a final rep to get to the buzzer.
That 70th rep there, Sean, was the tie break for her. So just under 3 minutes. If she runs in any ties or time breaks, that would be the tie breaker there in this particular event. It's going to be how fast they finish round 5.
And Walton continuing to lead. She's into round 6. Rolfe and Domit joining her. Rolfe has moved into 2nd ahead of Abby Domit just by about a rep.
Right now, Emily Rolfe's veteranship is paying off for her tremendously. I mean, she started several reps behind Grace Walton's pace, and she's been able to just kind of chew and chip away at it as the reps accumulate.
Walton continuing to lead this heat. Now into round number 7. Domit and Rolfe are battling for 2nd. Elisa Fuliano is also on that pace for the position behind Walton. 8 overhead squats, 6 burpees over the bar, 10 rounds, 170 total scored repetitions.
These transitions, Sean, there's so many of them through the 10 rounds, and it's an easy place for athletes to fall into the trap of taking 1 or 2 extra breaths that they really don't have time to take. They want to, but they have to remain urgent in picking the bar up and getting it right back over their head for those overhead squats.
Elisa Fuliano has now moved into 3rd place. She's on the right side of your screen. Abby Domit now center screen, just dropping the barbell. She's fallen off the lead pace.
When we think about holding weight over her head too, you'll notice Domit's doing a bit of a kickstand burpee where her arms are straight. Then she starts to bend them. You almost want to flop to the ground if you have the capacity. Use your arms as little as possible on the burpee to save them for the stabilization overhead with the weight. Save those triceps.
Grace Walton in the all black, middle of your screen into round 8. She's your leader, and then the top of your screen, upper right-hand part, just setting down the barbell is Emily Rolfe, and Rolfe has now just passed Walton for 1st place. Top 2 on the screen, Walton on the left, Rolfe on the right, and Rolfe again has moved herself into the lead in this heat. 30 reps to go. Rolfe advances the barbell.
Oh, and I like this shot.
On to round 9.
Look at that discipline with pushing it with her hands and keeping them on the bar. That's the difference between her and Grace Walton. Look at the pause from Grace Walton. Look at the breath. It's going to eat her up. And Emily Rolfe is seizing the moment here for that.
And meanwhile, Lisa Fuliano has moved ahead of Walton for 2nd. Fuliano's in the green shorts, black top. Now right of screen. Grace Walton next to her in the all black. Abby Domit on the left as Fuliano gets to work on her 9th round of 6 burpees over the bar. Rolfe continues to lead. And she is into round 10.
Wow.
Rolf is on the upper right-hand part of your screen.
And we talked about her. I akin her to a cyborg, Sean, in that running event. It was like she could kick into a modality and stay disciplined and just continue to grind. She's doing just that even in this couplet with the overhead squats and the burpees.
Elisa Fuliano in the bottom left-hand part of your screen, getting the green shorts, sits in second place, about a rep behind Rolf. Rolf is onto the burpees. Here comes Fuliano. One rep remains for Emily Rolf. Got to go up and over the bar, hit the buzzer. So another strong showing for Emily Rolf in the opening heat. Fuliano is in second place, 6:39.92 seconds. Grace Walton, your leader on the floor. She's in the all black in the middle of the screen. Black shorts, black top. Abby Domit in the long black pants is on her final set of burpees, as is Maddie Sturt in the light blue. Walton hobbling across. Domit is in. And Maddie Sturt hits the buzzer. 6:36.76 seconds, the top time from Emily Rolf, her second straight heat win. As now Alexis Raptis finishes up. There's Haley Adams and Paige Rogers still working. 10-minute time cap, so it's Paige Semenza who came in. Rogers had already finished, and now Haley Adams on to her final set of burpees. Adams is done, and that'll do it for heat one. For the second straight time, it's Emily Rolf putting up the top mark. 6:36.76 seconds as she was able to reel in Grace Walton in the back half of this event.
A great example of discipline and self-awareness there by the vet. I'll tell you what, she said she was looking forward to these. I ran into her in passing after we knew all the work that was going to be asked of these athletes today, and she was like, well, I like all of day three, that's for sure. It started fast, and maybe a little too fast for Grace Walton, because it was the steadfastness and consistency that Emily Rolf executed throughout. Even starting a few reps behind, it was the discipline to keep the hands on the bar and get right to the overhead squats each and every round that allowed her to continue to chip away at that. And then it was a late charge by Fuliano that allowed her to slide in for second, but Rolf was able to lead all the way through the end. Rep for rep, Emily Rolf is our leader.
The second straight time she sets the top mark from heat number one, 6:36.76 seconds. Heat two coming up next. Overall standings, Laura Horvath solidly in first place, and Alex Gazan looks like she's guaranteed herself a spot on the podium, barring a disaster. The battle is for third place. Olivia Kerstetter currently occupies the final spot on the podium, but she's only 5 points up on Lowen and Lawson. Spiegel, Campbell, Brandon, all still alive for that third position on the leaderboard.
Oh.
Event number 8 is double bogey presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. Couldn't be simpler. We're going to do some overhead squats and some burpees.
Yeah, Sean, this is a doozy. It's a couplet and it's old school. It's one of those things that you can walk into any affiliate and see this as a workout of the day. And I'm going to challenge everybody listening. Go ahead and line up a barbell and see how fast you can do this thing. It's 10 rounds.
We have 2 events left. What's at stake here in event 8?
These athletes are out on the floor bartering for points at this point. Sean, they've got to be willing to do whatever it takes to lean into their strengths. Right now, the advantage goes to the athletes who can go up and down the fastest. Later, that's not going to be the case. And then it's do or die. Everyone's got to be willing to lay it all on the line when it comes to intensity and personal capacity.
Laura Horvath is your leader coming into this event. And she is a tough woman to catch once she starts building momentum and a lead. 610 points. She's had every finish inside the top 7. Alex Gazan has finished inside the top 10 in every event and has an event win in event number 2. Horvath will be in the middle of the floor. Gazan will be right next to her. We'll be focusing a lot on Olivia Kerstetter in lane 4 because she has a whole host of competitors trying to track her down for that final spot on the podium. Heat 2 underway, 6:36.76 seconds is the top time out of Heat 1, courtesy of Emily Rolfe. 8 overhead squats at 95 pounds, 43 kilos to kick us off before we get into 6 burpees over the bar.
What we learned from that last heat, Sean, is that these first 2 to 3 rounds are about settling. Settling the energy, settling into a pace that is sustainable. Some of the earlier athletes crashed and burned due to the pace that they established, and it was too fast early on.
At the far end of the floor, Lucy Campbell and Emma Lawson were the first 2 women onto the burpees. There is Laura Horvath, who just has to avoid a disaster in this event. She's back to her barbell in the second round of overhead squats. 140 total scored repetitions in this event. The fight for first is going on at the top of your screen between Lucy Campbell, Emma Lawson, Olivia Kerstetter in the middle in the black top of gray shorts, trying to hang on to that 3rd spot in the overall standings. Is towards the front of the pack here as well. Take a look at Alex Gazan on the left and Laura Horvath on the right, the top 2 women on the leaderboard. Once again, Laura Horvath solidly in first. Gazan has a lock on second place right now.
And a beautiful squat jerk there by Laura Horvath to get into position. She does this in order to keep her hands in a more narrow position and still get the bar overhead smoothly. This helps with her overhead squats and saves energy in her shoulders.
Lucy Campbell continues to lead. She's on the far side of the floor next to Emma Lawson. Horvath and Kerstetter fighting for 3rd place in the heat. Campbell's at the very top in the long blue pants. She moves into round 4. Lucy Campbell very much in contention for that spot on the podium. 435 points. She's 25 back of Kerstetter. Campbell continues to lead. First woman on to her 4th round of burpees. Barbell down for Horvath and Lawson at exactly the same time. Kerstetter and Brandon now starting on their burpees over the bar. 4th set of 6. Lucy Campbell moves into round 5. Top of your screen in the long blue pants. Horvath and Lawson join her, and here comes Olivia Kerstetter in the middle along with Danielle Brandon right next to her. Campbell back to the burpees.
Danielle has one of the best overhead positions in our sport, keeping that bar right over the middle of her body. What we're starting to see this through this event is the course of stamina. Like, it's running its course on these athletes. How well can they stay their pace with all that's been asked of them through the course of the last 2.5 days?
Lucy Campbell's in round 6, and she's ahead of Emily Rolfe's pace. Emma Lawson trying to stay close. Lawson at the top of your screen in the green shorts and black top. Middle of the screen is Laura Horvath. Horvath currently sits in 2nd place in the heat. She's neck and neck with Emma Lawson for that position, and Olivia Kerstetter doing all she can to hang on to that 3rd spot, currently in 4th place. Lucy Campbell, right side, looking to make up points on Kerstetter, move herself up the overall standings, and she's into round number 7.
Wow, same kind of discipline we saw from Emily Rolfe in the first heat. Lucy doing exactly that, keeping her hands on the bar, getting it right over her head, right into the overhead squats.
Here comes Lawson. She and Laura Horvath get started on their overhead squats in round 7 of 10 here at the same time. Alex Gazan has fallen back in the pack, but again for Gazan, she's pretty solidly in 2nd place. She has an 80-point lead on Olivia Kerstetter. And Lucy Campbell is into round 8 of the overhead squats. Campbell with a second-place finish in the last event.
Lucy controlling our camera guy as she executes her squats, nudging him, hey, move over a little, I'm coming at you. Here we come. That's actually a really high level of performance for an athlete to be that aware of their position, where they're going, where they need to be, and then just even the forethought to think ahead. Most of them get lost here and have the judge just counting reps as they go.
And Laura Horvath is still in second place in the heat as Campbell moves into round 9. Horvath into round number 9. Emma Lawson is on the overhead squats in her 9th round as well. She's right next to Lucy Campbell on the far side of the floor. Campbell in the long blue pants, back to the burpees. Well ahead of the pace set by Emily Rolfe to put up that 6-minute 36.76 second mark. Here goes Lawson into her 9th round of burpees. 140 total scored reps here. And Lucy Campbell into the final round. Laura Horvath is still in the top here. And she'll move into round 10. Campbell's onto the burpees, and Lucy Campbell had a second place earlier today. And Lucy Campbell's looking at an event win here in double bogey. Final rep for Campbell. And 100 points for Lucy, and she is still alive. First career event win at the Rogue Invitational for Campbell, and she's going to creep closer to that final spot on the podium. Emma Lawson is across. Lawson's going to take second place in the event. Danielle Brandon edging out Laura Horvath. That's going to be good enough for third place for Brandon. Horvath just beats Emily Rolfe by 0.6 of a second. Top 4 times from this heat will be the top 4 in the event. Now Kerstetter's in, that's big for Olivia. Here comes Brooke Wells. That leaves Gazan, who's now done. Anganese, Spiegel, and Lowen still out there working. Ariel Lowen was 5th place coming in with 455 points. So Campbell looking like she's going to leapfrog Lowen and get herself into at least the top 5.
Lowen was someone I was watching, Sean, and expecting to be able to make some haste here and maybe move up in the standings. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Still got burpees to go here in round 9 for her. Getting down on the ground a little bit gingerly there. Looks like she might be guarding something that's bothering her. Not normal burpee pace for Mrs. Lowen here.
Lowen's still in round 9. And she will move into her 10th and final round.
Nine-minute cap here. She's going to be close if she's trying to get done with the burpees as well.
Laura Horvath is once again going to increase her lead. And she is well on her way toward the 3rd Rogue Invitational Championship. As Lowen tries to get through this final round, she's got less than 30 seconds to do it.
There she goes. She'll make it now.
Final rep. And Ariel Lowen will make it inside the time cap. But it's Lucy Campbell with her first career event win, her second finish of 2nd or better. And she is going to climb up the leaderboard once again and is very much in contention for a spot on the podium here in Aberdeen, Scotland.
What a performance by Lucy Campbell, clearly a home favorite. The crowd is all the way behind her. And she did a great job. displaying her fitness here in double bogey.
I mean, this pace never stopped for her.
It never stopped, and what we talked about was establishing something you could sustain, and she rode that line perfectly, Sean. You've got to have a bit of relentless audacity. You've got to dare to challenge yourself in a couplet like this, and she did it just the right way. She made it through. She had the consistency through the middle there, and was, of course, able to finish strong, got the crowd behind her, and that makes that pain that much more tolerable when you know that you're coming through with an event win.
Lucy Campbell wins the event, picks up 100 points, and looking to move from 7th into the top 5 and keep the pressure on Olivia Kerstetter for that 3rd and final spot on the podium. Emma Loss is going to take 2nd. Danielle Brandon, she's going to move up the standings. She came in 8th place overall, and that 3rd place finish is going to help her cause. Laura Horvath continues to cruise, a 4th place finish for her, and Emily Rolfe's top time from heat number 1 is good enough for 5th place in the event. Let's go down to the competition floor. Kiki Dixon is with your event winner, Lucy Campbell.
Lucy, you just earned your first Rogue Invitational event win. Congratulations. You came into event number 8, ranked 7th overall. What does it mean to you to get an event win under such a high stakes position?
Oh, I'm buzzing. I really wanted to see if I could win the last event, but Emma was too fast of a runner. So I fancy my name on this one because there's been a lot of workouts so far where there's been like a skill or a weight that's limiting, and this one was just like, you can move, how much can you hurt? So I can hurt quite a lot, and I just was like, just be smart and go for it. So I'm really pleased.
With one more event to go, what are you willing to risk to continue that momentum in the right direction up that leaderboard?
I mean, I like a echo bike, so see how much I can hurt on the sandbag, I guess.
All right, we'll keep our eyes out for it. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Lucy Campbell on her home turf.
And
keeping things interesting here going into the final event.
That's right, and she can hurt quite a lot, Sean. Quite a lot. She did it at a high level.
Battling back from a wrist injury that just sidelined her for an extended period of time. Finish on the podium at the CrossFit Games, and now in contention for a spot on the podium at the Rogue Invitational. What a year for Lucy Campbell. We are set for the men's side of things as they are ready to take on double bogey, presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. We had a mix-up in the overall standings after the last event. Pat Vellner goes from 1st to 4th. He's trying to work his way back into podium contention. James Sprague currently sits in 5th place overall.
There's a lot riding on this next couplet here. We know both these guys are probably looking forward to the final, raw work capacity, but what can they do with these overhead squats and the burpees? Their ability to hurt and do traditional CrossFit in close quarters. We're about to find out.
Sprague is only 10 points back of Hopper, as is Vellner. Both of them, Vellner and Sprague, tied with 515 points. So a lot to be decided over these final 2 events. Jeff Adler is your overall leader. The 2024 Rogue Invitational champion has 550 points. He moved into the lead after that last event. Justin Medeiros is 15 points back. He sits in 2nd place, and Jason Hopper has moved into the top 3 all by himself. And Pat Vellner and James Sprague knocking on the door here in double bogey, presented by Beyond the Whiteboard.
And it is pain on the menu. 10 rounds of 8 overhead squats at 135 pounds for these men and 6 burpees over the bar. They can do them anyway, Sean. Bar facing, lateral to the bar, whatever's the fastest.
Lane assignments for this first of 2 heats. And we are underway. 8 overhead squats at 135 pounds. There is Harry Lightfoot. He's been a favorite of this crowd. 140 total repetitions, 135 pounds on the barbell, 61 kilos. And Lightfoot is going to be the first man to the burpees.
Harry starting with an extremely fast cycle rate on those squats. Very impressive. He came out a little hot on that run, though, Sean, and that leads me to believe he's got to be in control here and understand what's possible for him for 10 rounds.
Well, had a little bit of miscommunication with his judge. Cost him a few seconds. Austin Hatfield, who's 2 down from Lightfoot in the gray shorts and no shirt, is in second place. Saxon Panchik fighting with him for that position. And Fabian Ehrmans, the Rogue Invitational rookies in the white shirt and black pants, next to Harry Lightfoot at the bottom of your screen, is in the top 4 as well. So Hatfield and Lightfoot leading the way. Chandler Smith in the middle of your screen in the black shorts and that green and white striped shirt, working his way through his second round of burpees as Lightfoot moves into round 3. There is Chandler Smith.
A lot of the men opting to give the old foot nudge forward. I like what we saw from a lot of the women early on in those first 2 heats. When they put their hands on the bar, it helped them pick it up sooner.
Chandler Smith in 11th place overall, tied with Colt Mertens, who sits in 10th with 355 points. Smith is only 20 back, a half a line in for 9th. Lightfoot continuing to lead. He's into round 4 on the overhead squats, 8 reps here, then 6 more burpees.
Yeah, Harry's still moving very well. But we're not even quite approaching that halfway mark, and he's definitely slowed his pace a tremendous amount. Something interesting to notice here is how differently this 135 pounds affects the men versus the 95 pounds affecting the women. It certainly is going to be very high turnover. There's going to be a lot of heavy breathing. But this load tends to take a little bit more out of these men than that 95 relative to the women's strength.
Austin Hatfield advancing the barbell. Hatfield 12th place overall with 315 points, looking to make it into the top 10 for the final event. Lightfoot, Chandler Smith both representing Glasgow Celtic with that kit that they're wearing.
Hatfield starting to chip away at that lead by Lightfoot by just a rep or 2 in the last 2 rounds. Smooth on his burpees. Really doing a great job kind of flopping to the ground. Not a lot of wasted energy there by him supporting himself with his arms.
Lightfoot at the bottom of the screen is into round 6, past the halfway point, 140 scored repetitions here. Austin Hatfield still in second place. Saxon Panchik, Bjorn Gudmundsson, and Fabian Ehrmans fighting for 3rd.
And these two are going to be rep for rep in just a moment. Sean, Hatfield has now diminished his lead down to 1 rep.
Hatfield staying low over that bar as Lightfoot gets his hands back on the barbell, advances it into round 7. Here comes Hatfield. And they are rep for rep now. Lightfoot about a half rep ahead. Faster pace on the overhead squats for Lightfoot. Hatfield staying close. First of 2 heats here for the men. Second to last event of the competition. Barbell hits the floor at the same time for Lightfoot and Hatfield, and now Hatfield has a chance to open up a bit of a lead. He's faster on the burpees here.
Yeah, he's, again, range wins. He's staying low. It's a game of inches when it comes to a workout like this with overhead squats and burpees, and Hatfield is the lowest man wins, and he's putting it on display.
Hatfield into round 8. Lightfoot onto the overhead squats as well. Hatfield in the middle of your screen, no shirt, gray shorts. Now on the right side, Lightfoot on the left. These are the 2 leaders in the heat.
Wow. Sean, Hatfield's literally speeding up his burpees the deeper he gets. He was stepping up before, and now he's jumping both feet towards his hands in the latter rounds. It's a good sign of pacing.
Hatfield into round 9. Staying just ahead of Lightfoot. got in 2 overhead squats before Lightfoot started his set of 9, so 8 reps again here before they go back to the burpees for 6, and now Hatfield just got hit with a no rep. And he and Lightfoot are tied on their burpees. This is nearly synchro.
Lightfoot with a strong push. Now he's the one with the edge, staying a little bit lower here. Hands on the bar.
Into round 10, Lightfoot right to work on his overhead squats. One more rep for Lightfoot, and he'll start on his burpees. Hatfield is going to be done after this rep. Lightfoot trying to hold off Hatfield. The crowd's going to love this if he can get across the finish line first. 2 reps left for Lightfoot. And he is in.
What a showing there by 2 rookies at the Rogue Invitational, going rep for rep and head-to-head here, and he won a double bogey.
Well, Harry Lightfoot's going to win the heat. We'll wait on his official time, but a great race between him and Austin Hatfield. Hatfield had the lead towards the back, but in round 10, Lightfoot was able to overtake him 6:13.90 seconds for the win. And now Ehrmans is in. Chandler Smith also came across. Gudmundsson and Panchik finish up, leaves Koski and Mayeros out on the competition floor. Final rep for Joona. And the vet from Finland closes out round 8, 7:12.30 seconds. And Guy Mayeros is on to his final set of burpees.
I'll tell you, regardless of where Guy finishes, one thing can be for sure. My man's got the most beautiful overhead squats you ever did see.
I mean, it's like watching Picasso paint, watching this guy lift. And Guy is across the finish lines. Harry Lightfoot gives the hometown fans something to cheer about. He wins the heat, 6 minutes, 13.90 seconds. As we head into the second and final heat. So far, event 8's been good for the people from the UK. Lucy Campbell with the event win for the women, and now Harry Lightfoot takes the heat for the men.
Home field advantage, Sean. It's a little bit of a mindset, a little bit of a mentality. They suffer well. They lean into the discomfort. I'll tell you what, it was Harry Lightfoot that started off very quickly, Sean. I had a little bit of a doubt because of how he started that run. The lead was exchanged because Hatfield came on strong, even building speed, but it was the no rep that cost Hatfield, and Lightfoot was able to capitalize. He saw it all the way through, fed off the momentum, and that is what you want to experience on home turf right here for double bogey. Harry Lightfoot, he's our leader.
Crowd chanting his name, and we'll see if that time stands up. 6:13.90 seconds for Harry Lightfoot.
Oh, it's the energy. We love it. Sign me up for that, man. I don't know how to do that.
You gotta love the energy from Harry Lightfoot and this crowd here in Aberdeen. The heat results, 6:13.90 seconds as Lightfoot takes advantage of the no rep from Austin Hatfield. Chandler Smith is gonna take third. Fabian Ehrmans will finish in fourth, and Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson rounds out the top 5 as all the men get well inside the time cap in heat number 1. And we are set for the second and final heat of double bogey. Overall standings coming in, Jeff Adler has finally made his way back to the top of the leaderboard as he looks to repeat as Rogue Invitational champion. He has a 15-point cushion on 2-time Rogue Invitational champion Justin Medeiros, and Jason Hopper currently sits in 3rd place. Pat Vellner fell out of 1st down to 4th, but still very much alive for a spot on the podium, as are James Sprague, Roman Krenikoff, Jay Crouch, and Ricky Garrard. What's at stake
We know it's a clash of champions out here, and they got to barter for points. We heard Adler verbally say, I've got to do something special during double bogey because I know what is going to happen with the big guys on the final event, so he's got to do his thing. And then Justin Medeiros is in a situation where he's got to do or die. Second place right now, hungry to come back and be the champion yet again. He's got to stay on course and make some moves here.
Double bogey is presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. 2 movements, overhead squats and burpees.
And it's going to be 10 rounds, 8 overhead squats at 135, 6 burpee over the bars. You got no chances here for a no rep. You got to stay calculated and move with intentionality.
10 athletes on the competition floor. Adler, your overall leader, will be in lane number 5. We'll be watching Jason Hopper in lane 3 as he's trying to hang on to that final spot on the podium and finish 3rd for the 2nd straight year here at the Invitational. Round 1 is underway. Harry Lightfoot, the hometown favorite, has the time to beat in the upper right-hand part of your screen. Colton Mertens at the top is someone who has a really good chance to smash this event.
Yeah, when we think about range winning this event, Colton has the shortest range to travel. He's low to the ground, and he does a great job at staying tall, keeping a tall torso in those overhead squats. That makes his path the shortest to travel.
Now Mertens advancing his barbell. Crouch and Gerard right there with him. No problem so far for Colton Mertens.
Cool.
He's on the burpees for the 2nd time.
That's right, cool and composed for all of these athletes, Sean. They all have got the very calm look on their face right now, trying to establish a pace that they know they can sustain.
There is Jason Hopper, who's trying to hang on to that 3rd spot on the podium. Well, Pat Vellner and James Sprague are only 10 points back of him. And right now, Hopper's towards the back, but he is ahead of Pat Vellner. Roman Krenikov, right side of the screen. He's also trying to work his way up the overall standings. He has 495 points. He's in 2nd place right now in the heat, along with Justin Medeiros and Jeff Adler. Adler in the middle of your screen in the black tank top. Justin Medeiros is next to him in the black shorts and no shirt. The two of them just putting down their barbells as they start their 3rd round of burpees over the bar. Medeiros 2nd place overall. Top 3 have all stood on top of the podium at the CrossFit Games.
Medeiros pacing ever so cautiously, just about a half a rep behind Adler each and every round so far.
Mertens at the top continues to lead. Adler is in 2nd place. He and Justin Medeiros going rep for rep here in round 4.
Justin, one of the best movers in our entire sport when it comes to efficiency, was able to gain just a little bit of time on Adler in that round of overhead squats.
Harry Lightfoot has the top time. He got through the halfway point of this event in 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Colton Mertens is now halfway through. He's behind Lightfoot's pace right now. Into round 6. 10 total rounds in this event. 8 overhead squats, 6 burpees over the bar. Justin Medeiros and Adler continue to fight for 2nd behind Mertens. As Medeiros is looking to put some more breathing room between himself and Jason Hopper. Only 10 points separated them.
And he's going to need those points, Sean, right now, because again, in this, the shorter athletes have an advantage. Range wins. In event number 9, that's not going to be the case. He's got to expect these bigger guys that have big engines to smash that bike.
Burns on the upper right-hand part of your screen is now into round 7. Medeiros is ahead of Adler right now. Jake Crouch and Roman Krenikov are fighting for 4th. And Jason Hopper is towards the back of the pack here in this heat. Mertens closing out round 7, advances his barbell. He's into round 8 at the far end of the floor.
And no sign of slowing from Colton up there. These guys, you can tell, Sean, if you watch them closely, it's like their body language has shifted. It's changed a little bit.
Justin Medeiros is still a rep ahead of Jeff Adler. Medeiros has had a faster pace on the overhead squats. They've been about even on the burpees so far. Those two in the middle of your screen now, both advancing their barbells. Mertens continues to lead. Mertens in 10th place overall with 355 points. Into round 9. Time to beat. Upper right-hand part of your screen belongs to Harry Lightfoot. Justin Medeiros has the barbell down, and he and Adler are still neck and neck.
Jeff quickening his pace just a touch with his footwork over that bar, allowing him to get his hands on the bar just a moment before Justin. This is where urgency is going to start to build. The competitors got to come out in both these guys.
Well, Adler back in front of Medeiros by about a half a rep as Colton Mertens is into round 10. Barbell down at the same time for Medeiros and Adler. Adler just still ahead of Medeiros as Mertens is into his final round of burpees. Final rep for Mertens. And the Iron Hog's across, and he is going to demolish Harry Lightfoot's time. An event win for Mertens at 5:49.38 seconds. It's its second win of the competition. And this should be a great race on this final burpee. Adler has opened up a lead over Medeiros. Jeff Adler looking to take second place in the heat. Lightfoot's going to lock up second place in the event. Adler is in. Medeiros doing what he needs to do to hang on to second place overall. And he's across, 6:25.15 seconds for Justin Medeiros. Jake Crouch is in.
That helps
Roman
both those fellas.
Krennikov is in. That's big for Roman, as Roman is picking up points on Jason Hopper. Hopper currently sits in third place overall, but he is towards the back of the pack here in this event. He and Pat Vellner in the middle of your screen. Ricky Garrard is in, 6:49.82 seconds. James Sprague lunging for the buzzer.
Dying for points. Hey, we talked about it. That's at stake always. Do what you got to do to be where you want to be.
Vellner and Hopper into their final rounds. Well, James Sprague is going to pick up points on Hopper as Hapalainen is across, and that is going to help Sprague, and Vellner is in as well. That's big for James Sprague. Sprague may have put himself into third place with that performance. We'll have to wait and see how it shakes out. But James Sprague may be inside the top 3 heading into the final event. Colton Mertens picks up another event win. He also took event 3 to close out day number 1. Impressive showing for the Iron Hog. Goes sub 6, 5:49.38 seconds. And has time to take some selfies.
Got to make time for the fans.
Well done, you did it. You were so good.
It was better than good.
You got to love it. Hey, double bogey did not disappoint, Sean. It was a head-to-head race from the jump street that lasted all but half a round because it was the Colton Mertens show. After that, the Iron Hog put on a display of high levels of fitness and range wins, and he took it all the way to the buzzer. But from a big story perspective, it was the battle for second, and it was the pace that Jeff Adler established. He said he wanted to come here this weekend and break the tie with Pat Vellner. He wants to be the most decorated male in Rogue Invitational history, and he is on his way to doing just that. He said he needed something special. We'll see if he can hold him off in event 9.
Harry Lightfoot is going to get his best finish of the competition. His time's good enough for second place. Austin Hatfield will finish in third. Adler's going to take fourth in the event. And Justin Medeiros is going to put some distance between himself and whoever is in third place with that fifth place performance. So the race for the podium is going to be really interesting heading into the 9th and final event. Colt Mertens is with Kiki Dixon.
Colton, you just earned yourself another event win. You've had some breakout performances this weekend. After 8 events, what are your biggest takeaways right now?
There's a lot of fun events here, a lot of implements you don't get to see a lot. Trying to adapt on the fly, but I mean, it's been a little bit of a beat down, but that's why we come here. We want to lift heavy and put on a show and get beat up a little bit, I guess.
You certainly put on a show. I mean, the burpees and the overhead squats, you made it look easy, but which of those movements cost you more and why?
The overhead squats were definitely harder just to keep them unbroken and keep at a good pace. The burpees were kind of at a recovery pace and just trying to get some blood flowing to my legs. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of leg work this weekend, and we got 50 cals in the Echo Bike this afternoon, so looking forward to it.
That's right, one final event. What's left in the tank for that finale?
Whatever it takes, we got just enough.
All right, thank you, congratulations.
Thanks.
The Iron Hog with his 2nd event win of the 2025 Rogue Invitational, and we are set up for a great race to close things out here in Aberdeen, Scotland, as the battle for the men's podium is heating up. We're going to take a quick break. Double bogey is in the books. Emily Rolfe has had a great day number 2. Harry Lightfoot gave the hometown fans something to cheer about. He gets his best finish of the competition. One event remains here as we wrap up the final day of competition at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. So stay with us, everybody, as our coverage continues from Aberdeen, Scotland.
The 2025 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Strongest Epic Fitness Events on Tap. Yeti, built for the wild. And Rogue, don't weaken.
It's been a dominant run for Laura Horvath. 7 top 5 finishes, 2 event wins, and she is 1 event away from her 3rd Rogue Invitational Championship. Thanks for staying with us on this final day of competition here in Aberdeen, Scotland. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon is down on the competition floor. It's the battle for bronze going on between Emma Lawson, who currently sits in 3rd place overall, and Lucy Campbell, who crept up the leaderboard courtesy of her performance in event number 8. She's only 15 points out of that final spot on the podium, Adrian.
Yeah, it's going to be a great head-to-head battle to watch this. Emma Lawson, of course, has been to the Rogue Invitational twice before and on the podium both those times. Can she keep it perfect and make it a 3rd podium appearance here in 2025?
Event 9 is Pedicab. And it's going to decide who will stand on the podium here in Aberdeen. Overall standings coming into the event. Laura Horvath has 695 points. Alex Kazan has a 40-point cushion on Emma Lawson for 2nd place. But Lawson has work to do, as only 25 points separate her from Danielle Brandon. Make that 35 points in 6th place. So a lot can be made up here in this final event. This one has just 2 movements. We're going to do a 100-meter cyclone bag carry, 100 pounds in that bag, hop it on the bike, and then we're going to end on the bag.
It's a work capacity sandwich there, Sean. You're going to pick it up and move it as fast as you can. Here's the trick. You've got to be able to pace that bike fast enough to still be able to carry that sandbag the distance.
Keys to this event.
The first one's going to be grip, don't slip, and that's in regards to how they carry the cyclone bag. There can't be any slippage there. It can't lower and touch your thighs. You've got to keep that thing at chest level and move it on the go. And you want to be able to ramp the bike. If you start too fast too soon, you will burn out before you hit the 50 cal mark.
Take a look at Paige Rogers, who currently sits in 12th place overall with 415 points. Your lane assignments for this first of 2 heats in the 9th and final event of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Emily Rolfe will be working out of lane number 3. She's had a great day 3.
Great day 3. She said she likes all 3 of these today, Sean, which leads me to believe we can expect another great outing for her here in Pedicab.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Final event underway, and it starts with the 100-meter carry of the cyclone bag, and they're going to get a rep for every length. So 4 total reps here on this portion of the event. And Grace Walton is out front early, followed by Manon Anganese and Emily Rolfe. Walton the first to make the turn back the other way, followed by Rolfe and Anganese, Alexis Raptis, Paige Semenza, and Abby Domet all back there. Haley Adams starting to gain some ground as well at the bottom of your screen as Walton heads back for the 3rd of 4 lengths.
This being 100 pounds, Sean, it's something that they can't just lose their focus on. While this is a race, there's got to be a tremendous amount of focus and balance. Leaning back away from the bag, it pulls it into your belly more, and then it helps your feet move faster.
Walton doing a good job of keeping her hands locked around that bag. She is done, and she'll hop onto the bike now for 50 calories. Emily Rolfe is there as well. Here come Domet, Raptis, and Anganese. 50 calories they need to complete here, and then it's back to the cyclone bag.
And Grace Walton, Sean, right in the middle. First one to the bag, finished that carry in 54 seconds. She is no stranger to the Echo bike, and she enjoys that type of pain. Leaning right into the discomfort and already kicking it off to get to these 50 calories with a fast RPM, fast cycle rate.
Grace Walton, 11th place overall, tied with Maddie Sturt in points. Sturt sits in 10th, so Walton would love to finish inside the top 10 here. And she can do it with a strong performance here in event 9. That scoreboard monitor counting down, so Walton is about 20 reps or 20 calories into that 50-calorie bike. And she has about a 4-calorie lead on Emily Rolfe. Rolfe in the brown shorts, purple top, middle of the screen.
like they're going to pick up that cycle bag for another trick.
Emily Rolfe has moved up to 15th place overall. She's got 2 top 5 finishes today, a 3rd and a 5th.
This is where it gets really challenging, Sean, to compete head-to-head with other people, not directly to your left or your right. Emily Rolfe is competing head-to-head with Grace Walton, but has no idea at the RPMs or output that she's sustaining right now, being that she's a few athletes down.
Can't do any monitor peaking when you're that far away.
Just 14 calories away.
13 calories left for Grace Walton at the 54 rep mark. She's back to the cyclone bag for 4 more lengths, and then it's across the finish line to hit the buzzer. 10 calories remain. Look at Manon Anganez, currently sits in 4th place in the heat. Walton with 5 calories left. The 6-minute time cap in this event shouldn't be a problem for anybody. Walton with 1 calorie remaining. Rolfe's got 4 left, now 3, and Walton's back to the bag.
Somehow, Sean, she still seems to be smiling.
That expression has not left her face since the opening event of the day, and she has every reason to smile because she is way out front. Emily Rolfe now has the bag up.
And for anyone that's never experienced anything like this, it is much more difficult than it looks as you're trying desperately to breathe, and your belly is pressing hardly and firmly against the 100 pounds that you're literally trying to pull against your body.
Alexis Raptis is the 3rd woman onto the bag. Manon Anganez has just picked it up. She's in 4th place as Walton makes the turn. She's halfway done. Rolfe is still in 2nd place. She's making the turn back, and this will be the final trip for Grace Walton. And here comes Walton. Final trip down the floor. And looking to close out her 2025 Rogue Invitational with a heat win. Grace Walton makes it across the finish line and takes heat number 1, 4:27.62. And Rolfe is just 2 seconds behind her. That leaves Alexis Raptis as the leader on the floor, and Raptis is making her final trip with that bag.
Trying to get over the line on her.
And Raptis is through. Manon Anganez and Haley Adams. And Adams with a solid finish. And she was able to pass Anganez on the sandbag.
That may be one of the best finishes all weekend for Haley.
Paige Rogers, Abby Domet, Paige Semenza, and Elisa Fuliano still out there on the floor as Rogers is just about done. Foot race between Domet and Semenza. And that's going to be close. Oh, Semenza by a 1/10 of a second. And Fuliano is going to be the last woman to finish. She's on the cyclone bag right now.
Staying power, Sean. All of these women who made it all the way through to that buzzer this final event, through all 9 this weekend.
And
Tremendous
Fuliano will, I think she just made it. We'll have to look at that. But right at the buzzer is Elisa Fuliano. Grace Walton sets the time to beat, 4:27.62 seconds, still smiling, Adrian.
She started the day smiling on the run, and I don't think it's left her face yet.
Thank you.
Impressive performance. Emily Rolfe made a late charge, only lost by 2 seconds to Walton. It's been a great day, too, as I mentioned, for Emily Rolfe. But Grace Walton led from the start.
We talk about the simplicity of this event, and that's where the beauty's really found. Hug the bag, move the bag, get on the bike, suffer, lean into the discomfort, and see what you're willing to tolerate, and bet on yourself. Grace Walton did just that to kick off heat number 1. She leaned into the discomfort on the bike, a strength of hers, high output, handled the bag on the back half. It was no problem for her. There was not even a hesitation in getting that thing back up, coming off the 50 calories, which is where I assumed it might be. Nothing but smiles. Grace Walton all day today.
Heat win for the woman from Australia as she edges out Emily Rolfe at 4:27.62 seconds. Rolfe right behind her at 4:29.85. Rapt is the other woman to go sub-5 in this event. Adams and Anganese rounding out the top 5, and Lisa Fuliano did not hit the buzzer in time. We are now down to the final heat for the women. Your overall standings coming in. Laura Horvath, well on her way towards her 3rd Rogue Invitational Championship. Alex Gazan is solidly in 2nd place. She has a 40-point cushion on Emma Lawson. Lawson has work to do. Again, 35 points separate her in 3rd place and Danielle Brandon in 6th. And Lucy Campbell is 15 points back. Olivia Kerstetter is just 20 back. So we'll be keeping an eye on those 3 athletes. But what's at stake here, Adrian, in the final heat?
There's a little bit of everything at stake here. I'm looking specifically at Emma Lawson. Podium perfection. Is there a question mark on if she can sustain the ability to be a podium athlete all 3 times she's had appearances here? And then it's single-digit dominance. That's the pressure on Laura Horvath here. Can she sustain a top 10 finish all the way through the weekend? She's never done that before.
Laura Horvath has finished inside the top 5 in every event except for one. That was the first event of the competition, and she has 2 event wins. Event description for Pedicab. Just a cyclone bag and a bike.
That's right, and it's simple. They're gonna travel 100 meters, 4 lengths with that bag around their belly, and then they're gonna go 50 cals on the bike and repeat the carry 1 more time. A cap at 6 minutes. I don't think any of these women are gonna need that.
100 pounds in that cyclone bag. The top time belongs to Grace Walton at 4:27.62 seconds. Those are your top 2 women in the overall standings, top 3 on the screen, actually. Emma Lawson in lane 7 currently sits in 3rd. Laura Horvath is in 1st, and Alex Gazan coming off that injury back in June, that injury from a car accident that almost ended her career. Looking for a 2nd place finish here at the Rogue Invitational, but we'll be keeping an eye on lane number 7 and lane number 4. Lawson and Campbell.
30 seconds.
Kerstetter in lane number 8 also in contention for that spot on the podium. There is Emma Lawson, who has finished in 3rd place both times she's competed at the Rogue Invitational, 2023 and 2022.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Who wants to wind up on the podium? We'll find out here after the final heat of Pedicab. We start with the cyclone bag. Lawson has that thing picked up. Alex Kazan and Danielle Brandon are out front early, but Lucy Campbell is starting to gain ground on them. Campbell in the long blue pants is now in the lead.
And Campbell knows what she needs to do, Sean. She is a fierce competitor. She's gonna need to beat Emma Lawson to get on the podium and gonna need others to finish between them if she has hopes to be top 3.
Well, right now she does have some help. She's got Gazan, Brandon, Kerstetter, and Horvath all between her and Emma Lawson. Now, Gazan is back in the lead on this portion of the event. After this, they drop the bag, they head to the bike for 50 calories, and Gazan and Campbell will be there first. Danielle Brandon onto the bike along with Horvath, Lawson, and Kerstetter. 50 calories here at the 54 rep mark. They'll head back to the cyclone bag, and this is that battle for 3rd place. Emma Lawson currently occupies that spot. Lucy Campbell is 15 back. Kerstetter's 20 back, and Danielle Brandon 35 points back. And Lucy Campbell is in the lead right now.
And you see that slight head bob there by Lucy Campbell as she struts side to side there in lane 4, blue bottoms. Focused, pinned on a specific pace. She probably has desires to get off this bike in a specific amount of time, and she's not listening to her body, only channeling her thoughts and making it follow its direction.
Olivia Kerstetter is doing some good work. She is also ahead of Emma Lawson. Lawson right now tied for 4th place in the heat.
The final event of the 2025 Rogue Invitational, presented by Rogue.
Lawson's coming off her 2 best finishes of the competition. She took 1st in event 7, then finished 2nd in event 8. Danielle Brandon also still alive for that spot on the podium, but she's going to need to have a huge performance here, pick up the pace, and get some help in the process.
That's right. She'd have to make a tremendous move here on the latter half of these biking calories, Sean. She'd have to really put the pedal to the metal. Laura constant in her pace, very calm and collective. Knows this is a strong movement for her. Consistency is the key in order for her to get off the bike in time to make moves on the bag.
Lucy Campbell is creeping closer to that 54 rep mark. Once she hits that, she'll be off the bike. So 12 calories, now 11 calories remain for Lucy Campbell. Alex Kazan to the right in the all black is right there with her. Olivia Kerstetter starting to gain some ground as well.
And this is where you hope to see some of the athletes have left a little bit in the tank to ramp the bike. It looks like what we're seeing from Kerstetter and Gazan. They started a little slower, but they're starting to close the gap and gain some ground on Lucy Campbell.
Gazan now in front. 3 calories remain for both of those athletes. So Gazan looking to stay in 2nd place. She's off the bike. And here comes Lucy Campbell and Olivia Kerstetter. Campbell gaining ground on Gazan. Horvath has the bag up. Campbell's getting the help she needs right now. Lawson's got the bag, Brandon's got the bag. Lucy Campbell's in the lead. The time to beat is 4:27.62 seconds. 1 more lap for Lucy Campbell.
Lawson's got to get desperate here. She's got to make a move.
Emma Lawson is in 5th place right now in the heat. This could be enough for Campbell to get on the podium. Final turn for Campbell. May not win the event, but Lucy Campbell's going to take the heat, and she could be on the podium in Scotland. Alex Kazan is in. Here's Kerstetter. Danielle Brandon is ahead of both Horvath and Lawson. Brandon is across, Lawson is in, and there goes Horvath, who may have just wrapped up her 3rd Rogue Invitational Championship.
And it's Brooke Wells coming across there. What a finish!
This one's going to get really interesting because of all the times from heat number 1.
Right.
But it looks like right now Campbell got the help she needed as Maddie Sturt is in. It's going to be really close. Campbell had to make up 15 points on Lawson for that final spot as Ariel Lowen is in. And with the times from heat number 1, Campbell may have done it. What an effort from Lucy Campbell.
Thank you.
Well, meanwhile, Laurel Horvath is going to win the championship 3 times here at the Rogue Invitational. She stood atop the podium.
What a great showing in dominant fashion, Laura Horvath.
And once again, Rogue Invitational champion, Laura Horvath. Laura Horvath, a 3-time champion, winning it in 2022, 2023, and now 2025. Once again,
2 women have won the Rogue Invitational. Tia Toomey has 4, Laura Horvath now has 3, and she does it in dominant fashion. Single-digit finishes across the board and 2 event wins.
Next to Gabby.
One more look here at the final event as Alice Gazan and Laura Horvath with a fist bump before we started, but Lucy Campbell steals the show. She needed a huge performance, and she came from behind to get the heat win.
Yeah, she talked about being able to suffer very well, Sean, and she did just that. She's a fierce competitor. She knew what she needed to do. It wasn't simply just one up Emma Lawson. She needed to find a way to get desperate and create separation between her and hope for some help from the field. And it looks like she may have gotten just what she needed in order to do that. What fortitude and grit by Lucy Campbell. Nothing we're unfamiliar with after watching her the last year.
Lucy Campbell will now wait and see, but it does look like she did enough to put herself onto the podium. Grace Walton's going to win. So Lucy Campbell takes third, and she got 3 people between her and Emma Lawson. This is going to get really interesting. So we'll wait to figure out if Lucy Campbell did enough, but it is going to be close. We do know that Laura Horvath did enough to win the championship, and she is with Kiki Dixon.
Laura, congratulations. You just became 3-time Rogue Invitational champion.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys. You guys really are amazing. Thank you for coming out and supporting us all weekend long. We really appreciate it.
You've won it 3 times. Looking back between the first win and now, how have you changed as an athlete?
Oh, I've grown so much. Yeah, definitely. It's been a long process, so I think I'm a different woman a little bit, but still the same. So this feels just as sweet as the 2 previous ones.
And what does it mean to you? It's just as sweet, but to win it 3 times, those kind of stats, winning so many events, and coming out and delivering again.
You know, it's just a very good feeling. Like, I really appreciate Katie and Bill for putting up such a great event. It's really the event that I look forward to every year. So I really appreciate, we all girls can show, showcase our best here in this field with all of you guys here supporting us. So it just really is just a top-notch event. So I'm really fortunate and grateful to be here.
We love having you here. Like you said, it brings out your best. You seem to really enjoy this particular weekend. What about this event specifically allowed you to just thrive and be happy all weekend long?
You know, it just, Bill and Katie always innovate. They, the skier, again, all the bags and up and over. It's always just fun to see what they're gonna throw at us. So it's never the same. Some events and some movements come back, but you can always, think about what's gonna happen. What they're gonna innovate. So it's just a super one weekend, and I'm just really happy to be here. Very fortunate to take part every year since they started. So that's great.
Thank you, and a very big congratulations, Laura.
Thank you so much, and thanks again, guys. You are really great, and we couldn't be doing this without you guys. So thanks again for coming out.
Laura Horvath, your 3-time Rogue Invitational champion. And now she came in finishing in the top 5 67% of the time, just up that to 70%. I mean, this is really where she thrives.
Ugh, that resume, that stat you just dropped, that makes me tremble in my boots. And all we get to do is talk about how great she's doing. I'll tell you what, though, Sean, this sets this win apart from all the others is all those top 10 finishes for her. I feel like it refines her as an athlete. It's a great way for her to take a snapshot of her fitness and say, I'm still getting better.
So Laura Horvath wraps up a championship, and we'll wait and see who winds up on the podium with her as Lucy Campbell. Did she do enough to join Horvath and Gazan on the podium here in Aberdeen? The men are coming up next. We'll start with heat number 1. These are the standings for the athletes in that heat. Heinrich Happelainen currently tied with Austin Hatfield at 405 points. The 2 of them looking to get themselves into the top 10. Jonakoski and Saxon Panchik have some work to do to get there. But we are set for Pedicab, event number 9 for the men. Pretty simple, doesn't mean it's gonna be easy. Cyclone bag and a bike.
That's right, when it's simple, you know this. When it looks simple on paper, folks, those are the most physiologically or physical challenging ones that exist. Carry a bag 100 meters, it's 150 pounds, 50 cal bike, and then carry that bag one more time and punch that buzzer.
It's the 9th and final event here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. What are the keys here? You take a look at Heinrich Happalainen.
It's the same kind of approach that we had for the women. Grip, don't slip on the bag. Establish a firm grip and position so that you're confident for all 4 lengths of the carry. And then you want to ramp the bike. We saw a lot of athletes start fast, but we saw other athletes ramp steadily through their 50 cals and were able to close the gap.
There is Austin Hatfield. Take a look at our lane assignments for heat number 1. Hatfield 12th place overall with 405 points. One of the guys trying to get himself into the top 10.
And we did see the top 2 times for the women in heat 1. We got to pay close attention to what these guys do.
Hatfield will be in lane number 5 in the middle of the floor.
Stand by.
Well, Harry Lightfoot will be at the far end of the floor, and I guarantee you the fans will be cheering for him. We start on the 150-pound cyclone bag. 2 total laps, 4 reps before they head to the bike.
You were watching the same athlete that I was watching. Mr. Lightfoot came out with an aggressive pace on that run. He came out with an aggressive pace on that overhead squat and burpee. And why would we doubt that he wouldn't come out with an aggressive pace on this carry and bike event here in Pedicab?
You do you, Harry.
Hey, watch this pivot that he's got it around this sandbag at the end there in the far part of your screen. He's gonna keep his back to the bag and pivot around it like he's got a basketball in his hands. Let's go.
Well, Hatfield and Happalainen are gaining some ground on Lightfoot. Happalainen and Hatfield in the middle of the floor. Lightfoot's got the bag down, and he'll head to the bike for 50 calories along with Happalainen and Hatfield.
Pretty even keeled pace here for this heat right now. Stay across. We're gonna let them settle in for about 30 seconds and then start watching the change in speed of those hands. It's an easy place for us to focus as viewers on who's going faster than someone else. Watch the cycle rate of that erg front to back.
Jonakoski in the backwards hat, right side of your screen, now towards the top. As the 2 Finns are leading the way, he and Happalainen out front. There's Guimaeros. 15th place overall. Has 3 finishes inside the top 10 so far. Heinrich Happalainen, great to see him back in competition after he injured his Achilles last year.
And Happalainen's got a big engine and powerful legs, man. He's gonna like all the time that's spent on this bike. He's got an opportunity to make some moves here.
54 reps on the scoring ribbon is what they need to hit before they head back to that 150-pound, 68-kilo cyclone bag. Austin Hatfield picking up the pace. He's in front here now with 10 calories remaining. Harry Lightfoot has fallen back of the pack. He's right now 7th place in the heat. Jonakoski is trying to keep pace with Hatfield. Fabian Hermans is moving up as well, the man from the Netherlands. Hermans at the bottom of your screen in the long black pants, and he's off first.
Yeah, Hermans.
Right along with Austin Hatfield. Koski's onto the bag, but Fabian Hermans out to a lead. He's the first man to make the turn. Hatfield sits in second, followed by Koski. Happalainen's on the bag, and he's chewing up real estate quickly. Hermans is done with his first lap. 1 more lap to go. He's going to try to hold off Austin Hatfield. So it'd be a great finish for the Rogue Invitational rookie. But Austin Hatfield is picking up the pace. Hermans has got to be careful. Not sure if Hatfield is going to have enough time as Hermans is looking to hold him off. Fabian has the bag down. And he is across the finish line, and Fabian Ermans will take the heat at 3:53.91 seconds.
Wow. Koski's across.
4:03.58 race between Maieros and Haapalainen is just going to edge out Maieros. Lightfoot tackled the pylon. Gudmundsson is in, and Saxon Panchik will be the last man to finish.
Saxon Panchik.
Saxon Panchik across. But Fabian Ermans, the Rogue Invitational rookie, sets the time to beat at 3:53.91 seconds. Two men going sub-4. Austin Hatfield is the other one. Great way to close out the competition for that man. Fabian was 18th place overall. His best finish was 6th in event 3, and likely to improve on that here in event 9.
Lightfoot early with the pivot around the sandbag. He might have invented a new move there, Sean. And it was Koski that led the way for portions of this bike, really leaning into the discomfort in Hatfield. But it was the rookie. Hermans took over late and didn't relent. Hatfield tried to close the gap, but it wasn't enough. The man that punched his ticket through the queue, flexing that capacity here in person to wrap up his final day at the Rogue Invitational.
Fabian Ermans with the top time at 3:53.91 seconds. He and Austin Hatfield had a great race. Hatfield just ran out of time, but he was reeling him in pretty quickly. Then the two Finns, Koski and Haapalainen, and Guy Maieros rounded out the top 5. Harry Lightfoot, who led early, is going to wind up in 6th place. We're down to the final heat for the men. Here are the overall standings. Jeff Adler, a 20-point lead on Justin Medeiros. Roman Krennikov is tied with Jay Crouch in points, but Krennikov sits in 3rd, courtesy of the tiebreak. But he has plenty of guys who can maybe chase him down in this event. Jay Crouch, of course, tied with Krennikov in points, and James Sprague is only 10 points back.
It's a tight race, Sean, and I'll tell you what I like most about this is a lot of the times that we just saw are going to come into play, even for heat number 2. These guys got to scrap and fight for every second going into this final event.
And Jeff Adler is far from safe on top of the overall standings. He only leads Justin Medeiros by 20 points.
Right.
You know Roman's going to love that bike when he gets on.
There's several of these guys drooling at the bike. Jason Hopper, another one. Hey, is it podium perfection here? And what I mean for perfection is that it looks a little bit different for these men, but can Jeffrey Adler go back-to-back, or will it be a comeback by Justin Medeiros and find himself on top of that podium there? And then, of course, there's a lot of guys chomping at the bit. Can they find their way to get to the top of the podium?
Event 9, the final event is Pedicab. We got that Echo bike and the Cyclone bag. It's simple, but doesn't mean it's easy.
Yeah, it's far from easy. It's 100 meters between you and the bike, and then 100 meters between you and the buzzer. And that bag is 150 pounds that they're going to be carrying.
There's Justin Medeiros, a 2-time fittest man on earth, 2-time Rogue Invitational champion, and still very much in contention for his 3rd title here at this event. James Sprague taking the floor. He's 5th place overall. One of the guys trying to chase down Roman Krennikov for that final spot on the podium.
Both these guys recognize that Adler and Medeiros both, that they had to do something special in that last event. Now they know some of the big guys might take off and get out to a lead here because of all the bike calories, but they're going to be going head-to-head, mano-a-mano. Medeiros has to do something really great here in order to dethrone Adler in his position. He's got to beat him and beat him with help.
Jeff Adler in the driver's seat with 635 points. He's got 3 straight finishes of 4th or better, and he's got a win in event number 6. There is Roman Krennikov, and if that guy gets to the bike first, good luck. I walked down underneath here. I was walking up here to the booth. I passed Roman Krennikov, and I forget how big of a man he is. It's like an NFL linebacker. There's Jay Crouch, who at one point had the overall lead in this competition. He is in contention, tied with Roman Krennikov with 565 points for that third and final spot on the podium, but Krennikov sits there because of the tie break, and James Sprague is just 10 points back.
And you just never know what can happen, Sean. A slip up on the bike, a slip up on the bag.
Here are the lane assignments. Roman Krennikov will be in lane 7. Jay Crouch will be in lane number 4.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Final heat of the final event of the 2025 Rogue Invitational is on the way. Who wants to stand on the podium? And Roman Krennikov is out front early along with James Sprague, Medeiros, and Hopper.
And these men are running with that 150-pound bag.
Krennikov maintaining the lead here at the end of the first lap. 2 total laps, he and Sprague. As Sprague does the light foot turn. Medeiros and Hopper tied for 3rd with Sprague and Gerard now in 4th. Make that Adler and Gerard, pardon me. Sprague sits in 2nd place. He's the man with no shirt on behind Roman Krennikov on the right side of your screen. Krennikov ditches the bag, and now this is where Roman's gonna make his money. 50 calories on the bike. Sprague is on the bike. And Jay Crouch is towards the back. Crouch just put the bag down. He's gotta find a way to get past Roman Krennikov here.
Don't blink, folks. These calories are going to just keep on ticking all the way to 54 before the race begins with the bags. Roman Krennikov is the last man that you want to have a 3 to 4 second deficit to, Sean, when you sit down on an Echo bike.
There's Jay Crouch, who, again, got there pretty late to the bike. And right now, he's got 6 calories down of those 50. Roman Krennikov is just cranking away on that Echo bike. He's got 30 calories left. He's already through 20.
This is where we're watching Medeiros and Adler. Medeiros cannot let Adler take off on this bike or it's going to be a wrap, and his chances to close the gap between 2nd and 1st.
Well, those two are right next to each other. I'm not sure if they're able to see each other's monitors. I haven't seen them peek over yet. Just head down trying to do the work. Adler has a 2-calorie lead on Medeiros right now. Roman Krennikov has 7 calories left. The time to beat Fabian Ehrman's 3:53.91 seconds. That is seriously in danger right now, as Roman Krennikov has 2 calories remaining. And he's done. Roman onto the bag, looking to put himself on the podium here. Sprague is done. Sprague has got to catch Roman, and Roman is halfway down the floor before Sprague has the bag up. Jason Hopper is onto the bag. Ricky Gerard is onto the bag. Jeff Adler is off. Final lap for Krennikov. Adler's in the black in the middle of the screen. He is well ahead of Justin Medeiros. Roman Krennikov makes the turn to home. Roman's picking a great time for his first event win, and this should put him on the podium at the Rogue Invitational. 3:11.47 seconds for Krennikov, and that should be enough to put him in 3rd place. Sprague is across. Hopper and Gerard are in, and Jeff Adler has made the turn home. And Jeff Adler looking to repeat as champion. And that should do it for Jeffrey Adler. 3:43.98 seconds for Adler. Crouches in. Here comes Medeiros. Velder and Mertens and Chandler Smith still on the floor. Smith is the leader. This is his last trip down.
Nice.
And Smith is in. Colt Mertens. What an event for Colt. Great fight there in the final event. And Pat Velder, who at one time led this competition, is going to be the last man across the finish line.
Wow.
But Jeff Adler is heading into the crowd to hug his wife and coach, Carolyn Lambre. Adler made a methodical charge up the overall standings, put himself in the lead here to start day number 3, and it looks like that is where he is going to stay. And meanwhile, Roman Krenikov just smashed that event, picks up his first win of the competition, and he looks to join Medeiros and Adler on the podium.
Yeah, get me a beer.
Yeah. Get that man on there.
Let's go down to the field of play for the official announcement of your 2025 Rogue Invitational champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the defending and new 2025 Rogue Invitational champion, once again, Jeffrey Adler.
And he stays there. Jeffrey Adler is your repeat Rogue Invitational champion. Every finish inside the top 5 to close out the competition over the final 4 events. And he is back.
He's very much back. He said that was one of his goals, Sean, to prove to himself that he was back. And now he gets to stand. 5-time Rogue Invitational athlete, 5-time podium, 2-time champ.
Speaking of being back, Justin Medeiros still having fun. Looks to finish in second place along with Roman Krenikov. But let's go down to Kiki Dixon, who's with your 2-time Rogue Invitational champion, Jeff Adler.
Jeff, you are now 2-time Rogue Invitational champion. Congratulations.
Thank you. Please say that again.
2-time champ, right here, guys. If you don't know, now you do. When you came into this weekend, you know, we had spoken earlier, you weren't feeling at 100%. You didn't have the confidence. There were some injuries that you're working through. So what does this mean to you now? And what does it tell you about yourself?
You know what, like the doubts were real the few weeks before this comp. And I'm just happy it paid off. To be honest, like, I'm just happy that I can provide this good result to the people closest to me. They suffer a lot through this training, and I'm just happy I can deliver.
It was a wild ride this weekend, but you had not only the mental fortitude, the physical fortitude as well. To you, what makes up a champion's mindset?
I mean, you have to be able to get through the full weekend and be like prepared to suffer all the way through Sunday evening, which is hard, and that's the hardest part. And once you're in it mentally, you just gotta stay in the zone and just send it every workout.
You did send it over and over again in order to win. Now you can take a little break. We're in Scotland. What are you doing to celebrate?
I mean, I haven't seen the castles yet, so I'm going to castles, and I'm gonna get some beer, that's for sure. Yeah, a few of those. But that's the plan, and just celebrate with Caroline and Victor, who are in the trenches with me every day, and take on a lot of suffering as well.
All right, well, when you're visiting those castles, you can let them know that you are king of the Rogue Invitational. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Jeff Adler, your 2-time Rogue Invitational champion. is compiling quite the resume here.
He said he wanted to be one of the most decorated athletes here, and he wanted to prove it to himself. He's done both of those things, Sean. 5 times he's been here, 5 times he's been on the podium, and now back-to-back champ. It's got to feel great. Jeff Adler's back.
The Jeff Adler and Laura Horvath, your top athletes here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational, but we still need to figure out who's going to join them on the podium. Roman Krenikov looks like he put himself there with an event win. And the question for the women is, did Lucy Campbell do enough? We'll have the final results and the awards coming up here in Aberdeen, Scotland. So stay with us, everybody, as our coverage continues of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. A 3-time champ and a repeat champ. Laura Horvath wins for the women, and Jeff Adler is your champion for the men. The second straight year he has stood atop the podium. Who's going to join them? It was really close for the women. Lucy Campbell does do enough. She sits in 3rd place. She'll finish on the podium, edging out Emma Lawson by 5 points. And it's Alex Gazan coming off that injury in June, taking 2nd place with 675 points. For the men, Jeff Adler repeats as champion, and Justin Medeiros and Roman Krennikov will join him on the podium. James Sprague takes 4th, with Jake Crouch in 5th by 10 points over Jason Hopper. Let's send it down to the competition floor for the official announcement in just a second. Adrian, what stood out the most to you about Jeff Adler's performance?
Consistency, man. You know, Jeff verbally speaking to the fact that he wanted to prove it to himself. That means that there was some real struggle internally, physically, that he has gone through over the past year that left him uncertain, even with the thorough resume he's already got. And I was thoroughly impressed with what he was able to show us this weekend.
And how about Roman Krennikov with that event win to close out the competition, puts himself on the podium. And Justin Medeiros is back.
It's good to see a lot of these guys make a return to the podium, Roman included, battling some adversity, some ups and downs. They've proved that they've got the staying power, not just to the audience and their fans and all the people that watch them do the hard work, but also themselves. It's inspiring.
Athletes out there enjoying some well-deserved rest after the weekend they've been through. This is the 2nd time that Roman has been on the podium at the Rogue Invitational. He finished 3rd in 2023 as well. But like you said, there were some doubts about Jeff Adler. His health has not been where he needs it to be this season. Don in the kilt, maybe take that into the jacuzzi later.
That's right. Yeah, it is, and we see this within our sport, man. There's some ups and downs. Athletes sustain a tremendously high level of volume and training intensity to do what they're doing, to do what we're such big fans of, to inspire the world with what they do. And it takes a toll. These athletes that are out there have the staying power and have proved it to themselves, especially those that competed this weekend. That was a very thorough test. I hope they all take some good and well-deserved time away from training, enjoy a beer or two if they indulge in such a drink, and reward themselves.
Roman Krennikov just, I don't think I've seen someone do 50 calories that fast on an echo bike in that setting ever. But he just destroyed that. Good to see Justin Medeiros back. Started the competition with an event win, was your overall leader for a good portion of this competition and kept himself in contention throughout. He's definitely having fun again.
Absolutely, and he proved a lot to me on that run this morning. Granite City, he had a great performance there, passing even some of his peers, Hopper and Sprague, on that run that are notorious for their running abilities. So he's back, and he's certainly a threat to be reckoned with.
And now we're ready to send it down to the competition floor for the official podium announcement. So let's send it down to Josh Gallegos.
Here, BTWB, Go Ruck. All of these wonderful sponsors and partners helping us put this on. I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge some special folks. So if you can, please get on your feet and make some noise for all of these judges, volunteers who helped us all weekend long, who gave up their time, their weekend. These guys are awesome individuals and deserve all the love and respect. Without them, this weekend could not have happened. All right, now on to our elite women. Let's make some noise for all of our elite women who have competed all weekend long. They put on one heck of a show, 3 days of grueling competition. They did a fantastic job. And now, on to our podium finishers of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. In third place, with 625 points and 1 event win, Lucy Campbell! Give it up one more time for your third place finisher, Lucy Campbell. In second place with 675 points and 1 event win, Alex Gazan. Give it up one more time for Alex Gazan. And now your 2025 Rogue Invitational Women's Champion, taking home more than $230,000 with 760 points and 2 event wins. The champ is here, Laura Horvath. Taking the title in 2022, 2023, and now 2025. Give it up for the 3-time champ, Laura Horvath. And give it up one more time for your podium finishers for our Elite Women's Division.
Was one hell of a podium lineup for this Rogue Invitational. Please give it up to all of our men in this year's Rogue Invitational. And now for the men's podium. In third place, for the men's division with 665 points. Please give it up for Roman Krenikov. What about that for a podium dance? Ladies and gentlemen, Roman Krenikov. In second place for the men's division, and no stranger to the Rogue Invitational podium, with 685 points, Justin Medeiros. Your 2024 and now 2025 Rogue Invitational Men's Champion, taking home more than $230,000. Put your hands together for Jeff Adler. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, the champion Rogue Invitational 2025 is Jeff
And with that, the 2025 Rogue Invitational is in the books. And that was a lot of fun, Adrian.
Man.
What a competition.
I loved every moment. These athletes put on an amazing show, Sean. We were speechless at times and fired up at others.
Laura Horvath, Alex Kazan, and Lucy Campbell for the women. Jeff Adler, Justin Medeiros, and Roman Krennikov for the men. And with that, we wrap up our 3 days of competition here in Aberdeen, Scotland. Thanks to P&J Live for being a great host. Thanks to the city of Aberdeen for treating us so well. And thanks to the fans for coming out and having a great time. And thanks to you for watching us at home. That is going to do it for our coverage of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. For Adrian Conway, Kiki Dixon, all the volunteers and our entire talented, hard-working crew here in Scotland, I'm Sean Woodland. Thanks for joining us in Aberdeen, and we will see you next time.